Hey everyone, how are y'all? Tony, you doing okay tonight? Hey K-Braz, how are you? Rum Runner, how are you tonight? Trying to get the night buttons. Here we go. Hey Glowbug, how are you? Honey, you doing okay tonight? Hey Lori and CJ, how are you? Hey Marissa. Tony, you're very welcome. Hey Michelle, how are you? Glowbug, I'm doing good. Trying to get all my stuff situated here. Has anyone heard about the college pushing to tear down the house? Honey, yes, they're claiming that they're gonna tear it down this summer. Michelle, I'm doing good, thank you. Hey Kathleen, how are you? Let's see, I love your channel. Well, Kathleen, thank you. See, thank you for all of your time that you give here. P.S. I'm a mother with a son with autism. Well, Kathleen, thank you so much for joining us. We're happy to have you. No way, how are you? Kathleen, you're very welcome. Hey, White Widow baby, how are you? I don't know what is up with Nightbot tonight, y'all. He is just like dragon. Hey, Misbehaving, how are you? P Fox, how are you tonight? Tech Death, how are you? Avi, thank you so much for gifting that membership. That was very nice of you. Thank you. Hey, Big Al, how are you? Hey, the amazing Tiff, how are you? Hey, Bethea, how are you tonight? Let's see, the house could be a difference between a conviction or an acquittal. Honey, I fully believe they need to leave the house standing until after the trial. But apparently, they're going to end up tearing it down. The amazing Tiff, I'm doing good, thank you. Let's see, show me 4,000 photographs. I would still prefer a walkthrough of the murder house. Tony, I agree. I get that they have all these pics and they got a 3D scan of it and all this and that, but I still feel like the jury, if it's requested, should have the option to walk through it. Hey, Gigi. Loaded Hot, how are you? The evidence comes down to walking through that house and there isn't enough evidence. I think they have, or, well, wait, let me back it up there. I hope they have enough evidence. But just in case they want to make a request to do a walkthrough, whether it's the state or the defense, whatever, if the house is still there, then they have that option. Let's see, our scientifically conducted poll last evening should be brought before the judge. Could y'all imagine if everybody who has covered this case on YouTube does a poll and there's more people that wanted to stay until after the trial, and we just all took it to the judge and was like, this is like the consensus of YouTube. We think that it should stand until after the trial. Sunset Gazing, thank you so much for gifting that membership. That was very nice of you. Thank you. Gigi, yes, ma'am, I'm doing good. Thank you. And Lori and CJ, that is true. Pictures can only show you so much. You can't get the sounds and the feel of the house and all that. Linda, how are you? See, they would put you on hold and never pick back up. Probably. Hey, Sally Mae, how are you? That's probably what they would do. We would just have to send it in an email and hope that they got it and took it into consideration. All right. So you could start an online petition and have those results. That is a good idea, Big Al. But I mean, I wonder if we went through the whole thing of doing a petition, if they would seriously take it into consideration. Probably not. I mean, Mr. Gonzalez and that family, the Gonzalez family, wants it to stay standing. Even though there's four families, if just one wants it to stay standing, I think that they should take that into consideration and be safe than sorry and leave it up. Hey, Nina. Let's see, all it would take would be nerdy and sleuthy to post the link on Twitter. Yeah, just put it out there. People who have a large following can spread it out. I mean, it could work. I don't know. Like I said, I don't know if they would even look at it, to be honest with you. It's not a bad idea for once. I'm not joking. No, it really is a good. That is a good idea. Something to think about, honestly. Okay, so yesterday, y'all, I was talking about that Bryan's parents were called in for a grand jury or an investigative grand jury, and they had to testify or whatever. The mom had already testified. The dad was supposed to testify today, and then it had to do with the Dana Smithers case. We were all talking about when maybe they was his alibi, because they were claiming that Bryan had a solid alibi. Well, now today, hey Roger, how are you? Now today, it has come out that he's not even the police in that area saying that Bryan Kohberger is not connected to the case. Let's see. Let me grab it and get it pulled up here. I'm literally working with limited space tonight on my desk. Seems so confused over all that. How are they able to drag anyone without some kind? I loaded head. I don't know. I don't know if they were maybe thinking about he could possibly have something to do with it, and then the parents provided an alibi, and they just needed him to come in and put it on record. I don't know. It doesn't make any sense. Why say that he has a solid alibi, but then still make the parents testify? Hey, Stevie, how are you? Roger Kent, how are you? Okay, let me fix this. I don't know why that option doesn't stay on there whenever I click on it every other night. Okay, so this did come out from News Nation, and also Bryan had posted a thing on Twitter about it, and the Stroud Area Regional Police Department put a thing out on their Facebook page, a press release. It's literally 2 paragraphs, and just basically saying that Bryan Kohberger has no connection to it. So it says here there is no evidence that Bryan Kohberger, who is accused of killing 4 University of Idaho students, is tied to the disappearance of the Pennsylvania woman Dana Smithers. The Stroud Area Regional Police Department said in a statement on Thursday, Smithers, 45, went missing in May of 2022, was last seen on surveillance footage leaving her friend's house in Stroudsburg, Pennsylvania, which is in Monroe County, and that's also where Bryan Kohberger is from. That's where his parents' house is at. Human remains identified as those of Smithers was found on April the 27th, the Pocono Record reported. Even without evidence connecting the 2 cases, Kohberger's parents were called to testify before a grand jury in Pennsylvania regarding the Smithers investigation. News Nation has learned that Kohberger's father was subpoenaed to testify on Thursday. I wish they would have put more into this whole Facebook post that they put out today regarding the case and been like, yes, they did testify, or no, that they didn't. But I know that, hey, Rich, how are you? With it being a grand jury thing, they probably wasn't allowed to do that. All right, so this right here, so in the bottom part down here, which says press release, the Stroud Area Regional Police Department is aware of many currently reported news articles in which various media outlets have reported connections between the SARPD's Dana Smithers missing person investigation and the Idaho murder suspect Bryan Kohberger. The SARPD has no evidence that Dana Smithers' disappearance is in any way tied to the Idaho murder suspect Bryan Kohberger. Sunset gazing, that's y'all like that's literally the only thing I can think of that they would have to go in and testify in an investigative grand jury for. I mean, what other reason would they be connected to the case about? So it says at the bottom, Smithers' sister Stacy also spoke with News Nation. She revealed that before Kohberger's arrest, she learned that an investigation grand jury in Pennsylvania was meeting to look into Dana's case and other cases, and it's still unclear exactly why Kohberger's parents were called to testify in relation to Smithers' case. Hey, Avani, how are you? Vaughn, how are you? Avani, I bet you your son loved the baseball game too, did he? I've seen a new case today, deserves a little attention. Well, very little attention, but some attention nonetheless. Big Al, send it to me on Twitter. And I do remember it was said probably close to a month, maybe a little less than a month after Bryan was arrested, that the police out in Pennsylvania was looking into their cold cases and older cases and all this and that of missing and murdered people to see if he had any connection. And I'm pretty sure Dana's case came up. Coffee and conversation, how are you? See, so didn't the crime happen not far from where Kohberger's parents' house? Perhaps they saw something. Coffee and conversation, it happened Well, she went missing from the Stroudsburg area, which is 35 minutes from where Brian's parents' house is in Albrightsville. But allegedly, when she went missing, they said that Bryan was like 22 minutes away from the area. Now, I haven't seen any confirmation of that, but that is what was put out. A couple of different things I had read. So maybe they'll eventually come out and tell us what the heck is going on. And also the fact that they had put it out that Pennsylvania can share the outcome of this whole grand jury thing with Moscow investigators, which if Bryan doesn't have anything to do with it, then why would they need to do that? Oh, Big Al, I saw this today. They were charged with felony possession of a prohibited weapon, and they're facing teen. Oh wow, I did see that. Um, I think I seen it on Twitter today. Okay, give me just 1 second because I had something pulled up here on Twitter. Let's see. Okay, that's what I just read. So yes, loaded hot. I had read it. I didn't read the whole thing, like what happened. I just seen that uh, they had sprayed it in the school and caused an evacuation, and some people had to end up going to a hospital. The question is, why did they fight the subpoena? Good question, the amazing Tiff. I mean, if they had if they were his alibi, why not just be like, okay, we're his alibi. We can prove where he was at that time. Just go in and do it. And like this is your kid. Any parent would want to go in and try to help their child out wherever they could. So yeah, why fight it? Why does it keep popping up that okay? My phone, y'all, it's acting about like YouTube has been for the past couple of days. Let's see. Roger, you talking about the IDs that being said that they found in Bryan in the glove in the box? Sally Mae, it was two kids at a school in Houston had sprayed some stuff into the school. A lot of people got sick, had to evacuate the whole school. And then the two kids were arrested, and now they're being charged with felonies, which is, I think, a little excessive. They're charged with felony possession of a prohibited weapon. And Roger, when you were talking about the IDs, I had even thought about maybe one of those two IDs, if that is true, because we haven't even seen proof of that. We know that they found IDs in a glove in a box. We don't know if it was two IDs or if it was 10. We don't know if it was two different females IDs who were not the victims of the Idaho murders. We don't know any of that for fact, but I did wonder if possibly it might have been Dana's ID. But they said that when she left the friend's house, the mom didn't think that she came home that night and talked to the sister the next day. tells the sister, she didn't come home. Want to know if the sister had talked to her. The sister says no, but they said that it's not unusual for her to do that because she's done it before. She's, 43, 45 years old. You don't always have to tell your parents where you're going and all this and that. Well, then come to find out, her purse, cell phone, car keys, and all that was at the house. So for whatever reason, she went into the house and then left back out of the house. But she didn't take her phone or nothing like that with her. So was she going outside to meet somebody? What? So I don't know. I guess I don't want to say for 100% certain that one of the IDs wasn't hers, but I mean, we really just don't know. We don't really even know for a fact how many IDs it was. Let's see. When was this? When was the date that she went missing? K-Braz, it was May of 2022. And then she was found the beginning of this month. I believe it was. I'll have to go back and get the actual dates because I've seen uh, two or three different dates on that. And Roger, you're very welcome. Coffindorfer will review on News Nation when Bryan last ate steak. News Nation. The sources, Tony, the sources. It can get a little crazy. Hold on, y'all. I need to build a dang room and just build one big, huge desk in it for all my stuff. You see, I get so aggravated when I see people say that 1122 King Road house was a big drug dealing house. Loaded high, I don't understand that either. They have no proof of it. That's like people coming out saying that Xana was selling without no proof. Why even say that about him? Because if it was, I'm sure it was a party house. We've seen body cam footages where they were having parties. They were flipping college kids. Show me one college kid that doesn't go to or have a party. Hey, King Scarlet, how are you? That is true too, Big Al. I mean, none of these kids are here to defend themselves, and they only have a select few people who will defend them, other than their parents and their family and their true friends. And to come up and say without any actual proof that Xana did that or that there was drugs in that house is ridiculous. Unless you have proof in your hand. And I'm sorry, but someone who comes on YouTube and changes everything up about themselves and just starts talking, it's not proof. In my opinion, it's not. And I mean, and if that was the case and that was going on at that house, what does it have to do with the murders? Honestly, it's not a reason why they would have been murdered. If Bryan is the person who done it, I mean, so what does it even have to do with it? Just so you can get clicks and views and sit back and talk shit about kids who have been murdered. Hey, Oops, how are you? And thank you for hitting the thumbs up. See, so those who choose to defend them do not have the same voice as someone slandering. It's sad fact that people listen to inflammatory bullshit faster than that is. I don't understand that. People will gravitate to lies and hey Ava and drama before they will go and sit and listen to someone who is putting out facts or only just stating their opinion or tossing around theories. And I don't understand that. Like moths to flames. They're attracted to that. And some people are so hard up for the money part of it that they'll throw drama together because they know that people like the drama. And see, I don't even care if there is proof, it's irrelevant. Yeah. it has nothing to do with the case. So why even bring it out? All right, let me grab my next thing, and I'm gonna drop the link here in a few minutes. I'm trying to get through at least a few different things that I have for tonight before I do. Hmm. Rhonda, how are you? Hey Jan, how are you tonight? Yeah, I'm flipping. Hold on. My chat keeps jumping off a live chat. So if I've missed anybody's comments, I do apologize. Okay, the lady Angel Girls 1980 was on T-Rose trying to defend Xana's honor yesterday. Broke my heart. Oh, Marissa, I missed it. And she was in here the other night, and I was offering to let her come up on panel, and I don't guess she felt comfortable because she did say that she had been attacked in other channels, which is ridiculous. Rhonda, I'm doing good, thank you. Let's see, Harsh used to provide some good views, but this case has him all wrapped up in conspiracy with no evidence. Loaded Hot, yeah, he used to have some good stuff. I mean, it's just I don't know. I think this case has it's just gotten to a lot of people, honestly. Okay, so everyone is mad about Brian K being linked to this lady and not being true. However, I see the positive in it. Smithers' case is getting more attention, and hopefully her family gets answers soon. King Scarlet, I do. I hope that they find the person who did this to her. Because I mean, she has 3 kids. She's even though 2 of them are adults, she still has a 7-year-old daughter as well, and they needed their mom, and for her to be taken away, like for what? And like, why would people be upset that Brian's not connected to this? Okay, so Zana was very conscientious in that the noise complaint video, she didn't look like a drug user to me. Musical, I've never seen a picture of Xana or any videos that she's been in. Honestly, I've never seen any pictures or any videos of any of the girls or Ethan that would say that any of them, and even Dylan and Bethany, that any of them would be on drugs. Now, has there been videos of them drinking? Possibly, but I don't think that any of them were to be like they were on drugs or anything like that. Gina Marie, how are you? Brian's sister, Saucy. Let's see, Rhonda, she could have been drinking that night. But I mean, there's no proof out there that she was on any drugs or selling drugs or anything like that. Yeah, she could have just been drinking that night. I mean, she did say that in the one video that she was in, the body cam footage, that uh, Maddie, like they were all at the club. She could have been drinking. We do know that there was a party earlier in the night. A bunch of people was there before midnight at the other on the other body cam footage, the first one that they went to. But and smoking weed, like, I mean, come on, you know, people consider it a drug. I get that, but when people are out here saying she's selling drugs, like they're meaning, hey Lily, how are you? They're meaning something other than weed, and we don't even know if she even did that. See, they may have tried recreational marijuana, but they were not stoners helping paint behind it. Yeah, they just didn't. They they I don't know, and I think a lot of it has to do with people because of what Xana's mom had been charged with. I think that there is a lot of people who were trying to group that together. Well, Xana's mom's been charged with it, so Xana must have been doing it either, and that's far from the case. Okay, but there's a total difference from being on drugs and having a good time. People just take it to the extreme. It's crazy. Very P Fox. See you later. How are you? Can't imagine calling for food delivery at 4 a.m. I mean, there's people around here when we were growing up, me and my husband, that would go out and party and they would drink and all this and that. And then whenever they were done drinking at like 2 o'clock in the morning, they would want to go get something to eat. See, you have to see the video of them float. Gina Marie, are you talking about the one of Kaylee and Maddie floating down the river? Them and two other girls. I can't really tell who the other two girls were because I was watching it on my phone and whoever was doing the camera was like going from Maddie to Kaylee. Is that the one you're talking about? Let's see. I think a lot of it is BK used to do heroin and Loaded Hot. They probably grouped that together too because he was on drugs before. That he must have been at that house fine. But once again, there's no proof. Let's see. They were successful students, graduating with friends, plans, dreams, not druggies. Yeah, I don't think I just don't see it. Oh yeah, Gina Marie, I watched it. Hey Tonka, how are you? There was another article, y'all, that I wanted to read. I got my last DUI in 1999 in a White Castle drive-through at 4 a.m. That's just that. People like to drink, and then after they're done for the night, they like to go eat. Tonka, I'm doing good, thank you. I don't know. It's just a thing that people do. I mean, they do it down here. They'll leave from the bars and they'll all pile up at a restaurant and eat at like 3, 4 o'clock in the morning. Sorry about that. I had to sneeze. Mercy. People didn't eat at 4 a.m. Waffle House would not exist. Waffle House and Denny's and Shoney's and all them places that are like 24-hour places. Thank you, Big O. Yeah, my sinuses are killing me today. We used to have a Huddle House here, Rhonda, but they closed it down for some reason. All right. I don't know if I want to read this one or I want to read the other one that I have for y'all. Another covered. Kathleen, I'm a very impatient person. And it was very hard knowing that I was going to have to wait until June the 26th to listen to the prelim. Now, I have to wait until at least October the 2nd for the trial to start. And it can be pushed back further than that. Hey, Crime Solver, how are you? Okay, so hey everyone, hope everyone is doing well. Quick question. We have no reason to doubt BK is definitely biological son of both Kohberger parents, right? They're claiming that the DNA that they got out of the trash can come back as being the biological father of the male DNA that was found on the sheet. So I do believe the dad is his dad. Are you thinking, Crime Solver, that maybe the mom isn't his mom? Sunflower Dragon, how are you? Super House BK's sister did it, but didn't they say that it was male DNA on the sheet? Okay, I'm gonna pull this one up first. The shoot at the scene could get him off. How do you think, Tony? I want to hear your thoughts on that. Tony says the sheet at the scene could get him off. And mods, if y'all need me to slow the chat down, just let me know. Okay, what if one of the victims was pregnant with Bryan's child? I don't think that's ever been brought up, Tonka, honestly. So there are bad rumors about a crazy lady on Twitter super crazy about parents. Really? King Scarlet, do you, if you remember her name, can you email it to me or send it to me on Twitter? Okay, so I have an article here. It is by Newsweek, but it's claiming that Bryan Kohberger is a difficult client. This is coming from a defense attorney, I guess, who was following this. See, I don't know. I feel like something is off on the DNA, and if they are going to get sisters or other victims involved, that of getting them under oath to confirm family history, I may be off. Okay, King Scarlet. Yeah, whenever you find it, just send it to me on Twitter in a DM. That'll be fine. Hey, Michelle, how are you? I mean, honestly, y'all, nothing in this case surprises me now. It really doesn't. Okay. Hey, Freya, how are you? See, off topic, I give my blood every 4 months. It takes about 25 minutes. Negative the universal donor, so please think about. Oops, thank you so much for doing that because not a lot of people donate blood for blood jobs and all that. Joanne, thank you so much for that super sticker. That is very nice of you. Thank you. His ego is over the top. Kathleen, I think he is very egotistical, manipulative, narcissistic, weird, crazy, evil, more weird, and any other word that could be used to describe him. Cold, uh, emotionalist, all that. Hey, Riddler, how are you? Let's see, I get this sheep thing, but can't but chat too fast. Oh, wait. Okay, hold on one second, Tony. Let me see if I can find your comment. Give me just a second. Okay, so the coroner statement said that the weapon used to inflict the wounds was larger than the weapon from the sheep. But did she say it like that. I thought it was like just like a large fixed blade knife that she said. Hey, Kelly M, how are you? I'm just hitting its good qualities. I'm sure I can come up with some other things. That was just kind of like off the top of my head. See, I read it from the Independent. Okay. I remember when she came out and made a statement on it, um, and the way she described the weapon as being, I want to say she said it was a large fixed blade knife. Hey, Bonnie, how are you? But that could not, may not be verbatim how she said it. Uh, so I'm wondering if she's thinking that maybe it's the knife that's would fit into the sheath, like a K bar. Brian Paula, how are you? Um, or when she's describing a large fixed plate, y'all, somebody is calling my house at 11:30 at night. What the hell? Hold on. Okay, it was my dear old mother-in-law. Good lord. So it was my mother-in-law. She's either calling like at 9:30 at night or 11 something, or 9:30 in the morning or 11 something at night. You know how mother-in-laws are. Rhonda, no. All of my kids are grown. My youngest is 20. My oldest is 23. Let's see. Is BK going to name others involved? Joanne, that's a good question. I don't know though, because I mean, do y'all think that if anybody else was involved, that he would name them, or do y'all think that he would want all this recognition all to himself? Hold on just a second, y'all. Y'all, give me a second. That wasn't my mother-in-law. That was my daughter calling. Hold on one second. I need to find out what's going on because she shouldn't be calling in at 11:30 at night. Hey Scott, how are you? Brett, how are you? Damn it. I know this child is not going to tell me she didn't just call. Okay, y'all give me just one second and then I'll get into the article. I'm just trying to figure out if she's okay because she's being like, she didn't call. Give me a second. I do apologize, y'all. Yeah, this child. Actually, Kyle wanted to know Scarlett needs a car warranty. Hey, Ashley, how are you? Okay, so I got troll calling her. Okay, so if someone studied anatomy, knew where arteries are, they could do a great deal of damage quickly with a K bar. And it's not hard, honey, to get a book on anatomy. Like you can just go to the library or even just Google it. Michelle, have a good night. Okay, I know my child is okay, so my nerves are calmed down. Ashley, it is good to see you too, honey. See, Brian Kohberger's teacher actually worked on things having to do with BTK. That is true. And I did notice, y'all, and I'm going to go over these in a minute. I need to get through this article. That there was some similarities between BTK and Brian Kohberger and the four murders that happened in Idaho. See, I saw some interesting anatomy books at Target tonight. Look at Grey's Anatomy, the book, not the TV show. There's actually a book that they call Grey's Anatomy. Hmm. Obsessed. What are you sorry for, honey? Thank you, Gigi. I asked her if she called, and she's like, I didn't call. Like, child, he literally just called. 100 and something people heard my phone ring at 11:30. Let's see. When one of my kids called late, but at night, it scared me. Evie, it did me too. At first, we thought it was my mother-in-law because she's usually the only one who calls it after 11 o'clock, knowing that I'm on here doing this. And then when I looked and it was my daughter's number, like she never calls this late either. So then I kind of got worried. But she says she's okay. She's at home chilling. So Troll is calling her to make sure she's okay. Cheating brain she must have because, well, I don't know because she answered my text real quick. So, and I asked her if she called and she said she didn't call. I was like, yeah, you did like 2 minutes ago. Okay, so Brian Kohberger is a really difficult client, according to this defense attorney. So, Bryan Kohberger, the suspect in the stabbing deaths of the four University of Idaho students, is likely a real difficult client, according to a defense attorney. Put a one in the chat if y'all think that Bryan Kohberger is a difficult client. So Kohberger, 28, declined to enter pleas during his arraignment in Latah County District Court on Monday, with his defense attorney Ann Taylor telling the judge that they were going to stand silent at this time. Okay, so everybody's putting a one in the chat. I could just literally hear him trying to tell Ann what to do. Tony says too, they're all difficult. My husband has butt dialed me before. It was funny. I listened to him fixing the sink. Honey, I wouldn't have been so worried if it would have been during the day, but it's late at night, and I knew she hadn't long been since she was supposed to get off of work. All right, so because they stood silent, that prompted the second district judge, John Judge, to enter not guilty pleas on Kohberger's behalf. He is charged with the 4 counts of first-degree murder and 1 of burglary in the connection with the November 13th slayings of Kaylee, Maddie, Xana, and Ethan at their rental home near the university campus in Moscow. Then a graduate student studying criminology at nearby Washington State University, Kohberger was arrested late last year at his parents' home in Albrightsville, Pennsylvania. So on Monday, Kohberger also declined to waive his rights to a speedy trial so that the judge scheduled it to begin on October the 2nd. I did notice something. Good thing he was fixing. They have it set for October the 2nd, and they have it set to end on November the 12th. Literally the day before the murders happened. Hey, Vapor, how are you? And we were even talking about, that the other night. Was that something that was planned with those dates between him and Ann Taylor, or what? Vapor, I'm doing good, thank you. All right, so because he waived his right to a speedy trial, the judge scheduled it to begin on October the 2nd. Latah County Prosecutor Bill Thompson now has 60 days to inform the court of whether he will seek the death penalty in the case. Discussing the arraignment, News Nation's Ashley Banfield said on her show on Monday night that she had never seen somebody look so engaged and then stop talking. Criminal defense attorney Richard Bloke told Banfield that it seems really strange if Kohberger is trying to work up an incompetency defense. BK. Oh wow! There's an actor that I don't know what his name is, but somebody had showed a picture of him probably 2 or 3 months ago that looks a lot like BK, which is kind of weird, honestly. What would be the ultimate gift for the families is if the verdict comes back on that day. Just on if it comes back that he is guilty. Yeah. Okay, so I gotta find my spot now. All right, so this bloke guy is saying that this is not a good way to do it. He suggests Taylor could struggle in getting Kohberger to do what needs to be done to present a good defense in the case. I think more than likely Ann Taylor's got a really difficult client who's going to be a problem, bloke said. And she's going to have a lot of trouble controlling him and getting him to do the things that he needs to do to present a good defense. I can see that happening. So Jessica Bublitz, another criminal defense attorney, said on News Nation that many attorneys in Idaho believe standing silent in response to a grand jury indictment gives an advantage when it comes to challenging the indictment. Kohberger was indicted last week by a grand jury. I don't personally think that it would make a difference, but my impression is, excuse me, that this is likely just Ann Taylor's method, par for the course for her when she has a client in the situation where they're going to be potentially challenging a grand jury indictment. Hey, Amethyst, how are you? So she stands silent as opposed to entering that not guilty plea. The decision to stand silent also raised questions about whether Kohberger was trying to avoid facing the death penalty. Sarah Azari, a criminal defense attorney, has said that standing mute is a smart strategy to appease the families of the victims. We say silence is golden. It's about leaving the door open so that this is a really bad case in terms of irrefutable evidence, and he does, in fact, ultimately plead guilty in exchange for the death penalty to come off or whatnot. That he's now not now pissed off for hurting a reeling family, she said. I just really don't see. I don't see the state doing a plea. Honestly, who in here thinks that the state is going to do a plea with him and take if they instead of going after the death penalty, just going for life in prison? Is there anybody in here who thinks that the state would do that? Big Al, you think the state would go for a plea deal? I just don't. I don't know. Like you got four families that, which we know the Gonzalez family. It's proven that this is the guy and he's found guilty. They want the death penalty. I'm pretty sure there's other families that do. We know that Xana's mama said that she's not the type of person, that wants the death penalty, but she does want justice. I just don't know if unless it's something like you got to tell us absolutely everything, and we need that knife. Bonnie, how are you? Right, yeah, I know that the Big Al. I know the families are not in control, but it seems like that the prosecution would would take into consideration what the families have to say. Don't mean he's got to do it, but would what I'm saying? Like, just take it. Okay, well, you know, so many of the families want it, other ones don't. It is their kids that were murdered in a very horrendous way. The fact that he goes back to school and he celebrates his birthday and he goes home for Christmas with his family and he just goes on about his life like nothing had ever happened. Goes back to work, is among other students the same age as these four victims, and just has no emotions to any of it. Linda G, how are you? Okay, so I can see it if he confesses everything. Okay. Let's see. If found guilty, how long will he be on death row? Uh, Riddler, for years. I mean, if you're convicted of a crime like this, and then you get the death penalty, you go on death row, but you have like so many uh, appeals that you can do. And then once you've exhausted all of your appeals and they've all been turned down and you're still sitting on death row, then it's usually years after that before they even give you your date that the execution is going to happen. I mean, I think there was one man that was on there for like 40 something years, right at 40 years. There was one guy they were supposed to execute last year because they couldn't get the chemicals. They had to reset the date. And then when it got down to it, they didn't do it. Linda G, we are all doing good. was much more expensive for the state to keep death row inmates. But would y'all want him, just based off of what we know, if he is convicted, okay, not just going to trial and all this and that, but what we know as of right now, and then he goes to trial and he all the rest of the evidence comes out and he's convicted of this. Would y'all want him to be put on death row, or would y'all rather have him spend the rest of his life in jail? See, I didn't say I would like the plea deal. I just said I can see the state doing it. Okay. I think it's more likely BK gets little Laura to play along with the game and carry around the actual knife in her briefcase every day in court. See, they would take a plea if death penalty is gone. But I mean, you think she? I don't think Anne would carry the knife in her briefcase. You would think they would have chemicals. Gigi, for some reason it seems like Idaho has a really hard time getting the chemicals. 2027, Billy Joel and Bryan release an Innocent Man at #1 around the world. Kind of feel misbehaving. Some people are not even for it at all. And I respect that. You know, everybody's entitled to their own opinion. I just think that if they're going to go for the death penalty, I hope that they're 1,000% sure that it's him. My son was a prison guard for the young DC killer. Said he was a scared kid. Wow. See you later. Yes, they did bring back the firing squad in Idaho. So it's a possibility. I mean, if he gets the death penalty, you'll either lethal injection or the firing squad. Said it's more likely than him taking a plea deal to plead guilty. I'm wondering if he's doing all of this. And let me grab my notes here real quick, y'all, because there was I'd seen, I forgot who it was that posted it earlier today. They were talking about the similarities between BTK and Bryan. Where did I write them down at? And some people were wondering if he's trying to be like a BTK copycat. So apparently, and I'm going to be honest with y'all, I have not looked into BTK and all this and that. Okay, so from what I had read today, that his first victims or first time doing this was 4 victims. Allegedly, this is Bryan's first time. I still don't think that it is, but and we know that his were for 4 victims. BTK took IDs of the victims. They're claiming that Bryan had IDs. We don't know what kind of IDs, but we just know that he had IDs. BTK stalked the victims 12 times. The PCA is claiming that Bryan, his phone pings show that he was at the house 12 times or in that area. Both criminology students, both stood silent. So I'm wondering if he is trying to do a copycat thing. That's why I need to look more into BTK. And BTK stood his ground. Was BTK victim? Riddler, I don't know. That's why I want the book that Catherine Ramsland put out about BTK, that she wanted all of her students, like that was an assignment they had to do while taking her course. They had to read the book. So I want to read it and just see like if there's other things in that book that we've heard about in this case. And then yeah, he stood silent and then he ends up pleading guilty. I'm wondering if that's what Bryan is going to do. Let's see. I believe they both said, was anyone else arrested at the time of their own arrest? Now I heard that was it John Wayne Gacy? Is he the one that said that after he was arrested? So I mean that could be another thing. Guilty. Okay, let me catch up in the chat real quick. So entered a silent plea. Bryan claims that he will be exonerated. Let's see. Roger says I did not know that BTK was also a crim student. Yeah, Roger, he was a criminology student, but didn't he get his degree in criminology, or did he just take the course and didn't finish it out? Hey Megan, how are you? He will no doubt do something to assert control, even if it's useless. A lot of people thought that that's the reason why he stood silent. Like, he has the right to do that. He doesn't have to talk. Therefore, he stood silent and made the judge enter his plea. Okay, so BTK's first killing was a family. The women not. Okay, thank you, Roger. So she had her students read the book for work so that she could create SK out of somebody. I don't think that's the reason why she did it, Betty Joe. I think it was just an assignment that she gave to her students. It's interesting that all the similarities are patterned after SKs that got caught. It's kind of weird. There's, I mean, what about this case makes any sense? Just from what we've heard. I know he's innocent until proven guilty, but in my opinion, by his reaction and looks, he's guilty. Betty Joe, you're entitled to your opinion. She makes a lot of sense. Let's see, we should have an LSCC book club, and I'll read these. I want to read that one, and I want to read BTK's daughter, Carrie. She has a book. I want to read that one too. And Brad, that is true. That's what it does. It if there's any inaccuracies or anything like that, like he can challenge the whole thing. Okay, I'm gonna go ahead and drop. I'm gonna drop the link. Anybody wants to come up, you're more than welcome to. I would like to keep it on subject though, as far as like the whole Bryan Kohberger thing, if we can. Um, Anything Bryan Kohberger is fine, but I really want to keep it on that subject tonight. BK got an undergraduate degree in psychology in 2018 after began master's degree studies in criminal justice at DeSales. Hey D22, how are you? See, I will stay down tonight. We all know I can't. Big Al, you're more than welcome to come up if you want to. You usually stay on subject. Okay, so where I lost the comment. I think it was Vapor. Let me see if I can find it. Okay, so it's interesting that all these similarities are patterned after SKs that got caught. Vapor, do you think that if that's what he's doing is being like a copycat, do you think he wanted to get caught? Have you read The Stranger Beside Me by Anne Rule? She worked at Christ. No, Michelle. Is it a good book? Because I've never read it. How are you?
I'm good. How about you?
I'm doing good. If my allergies would calm down, I'd be doing great.
Welcome to summertime. My allergies kick off the same
Yes.
way.
Horrible time of year. Hey, must have got lost. How are you? Cricket Moon, how are you? Okay.
this whole thing with Kohberger now. I mean, I'm trying to get all the similarities together between him and BTK.
That's why I want to read the book, the BTK book. I just want to see if there's
Mm,
anything that we've heard about Kohberger that maybe has to do with BTK. I mean, I don't know if the book's any good. It may not be, but I would still like to read it.
I was gonna say to Marissa before I jumped up here, and she made mention that about you should start a book club on true crime, and I was like, I join.
I mean, if it's anything that's true crime, I will read it. Pretty much. Anything else, I'm not too much into.
Mhm.
Cricket Moon, no, you haven't missed a whole lot. I mean, I went over a couple of articles. And that's about it. Not too much. Just this case is. I've never seen a case with so many twists and turns. And
Welcome to
one
the roller
time,
coaster that is the
that's
welcome to the
exactly
roller
what it
coaster
is.
that is the Bryan Kohberger.
Yeah, that's exactly what it is. It's almost like a roller coaster of emotions. One time you hear all of these things that are coming out, and you think it's good things, and then the next time it's like something not so good. So I think he wants to be
Right.
famous as a big SK. Okay, Vapor, I agree with that. I think he does want to be famous. He really hasn't done shit
Hmm.
unless he has done more than we know of at this point. I honestly, if he's not trying to be a copycat, which he very well could be, but I feel like he's done this before. I don't know why I get that feeling, but it's just like one of those things that that you can't. Just the same thing with thinking that somebody else was involved in the Idaho 4. Did we show the tort claim? Yeah, I didn't I show them last night?
I think you did.
Hold on. I think I did White Widow Baby last night. Um, no, I know I did because one of them I had to crop and get because the ones that I had the oh shit the envelope from Shannon Gray and all that, and
Right.
I cropped that out and just showed the one for Maddie and then the one for Kaylee.
Hmm.
Betty Joe, the only nothing really has come out about the grand jury in Pennsylvania. The only thing that has come out regarding that whole thing in Pennsylvania is that the police out there said that Bryan doesn't have anything to do with the case, with Dana's case. He's not connected. Yeah, White Widow Baby, that's fine. I've actually got both of them put in my yeah, I almost said closet, in my court document folder. Hey, truthful soul, how are you? Let's see. I love and respect this channel, but I'm feeling a bit heated about the case. Did you get the information about E&D?
Mm.
Cricket Moon, did you email it to me? Hmm. Let me let me check my email real quick. I do have my phone set up now. I had it set up a long time ago, but I had to reset it up to where I would get email notifications.
Bred to kill you all said whoever did this has done this before, he believes. That's an interesting take.
Yeah, it's which I've said that for a while now. I think that I always said that I didn't think that whoever did this started out with four people. I like I said, it's just a gut feeling, and I could be completely wrong. I may have to go slow the chat now because I can't keep up with it. Because mom was into true crime and
Hmm.
his sister was in that horror movie, then he was into criminology. Yeah,
Hmm.
wasn't the sisters movie, wasn't it called Slasher or something like that?
Something like that. Yeah. Hi, Gigi.
When I first heard the news of the Idaho 4, I said, we have a copycat to the Gainesville Ripper.
Ooh.
See, we have all of these different SKs over time. Like we've had Ted Bundy, we've had
Right.
BTK. I never looked into
It's
them.
it's 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 all because we know them by name. We just don't know how bad the atrocities have been until we hear the actual cases themselves.
Right. Betty Joe, thank you, honey. Yeah, I need to go back. I literally don't have enough hours in the day to go back and read about them, about each one of them, but I really do need to do that. Why am I not? Okay, Emma Bailey and Demetrius charges were dropped. No, Cricket Moon, I didn't know that. Huh, that's interesting too. I mean, they gave drugs to the boy who died. Okay, so I don't think whoever
In a
did this
way, that
intended to kill four people. I think they went in for one and all hell broke loose. I do all of my research on two. I can't do that, Big Al. Sounds like a disco duck sometimes, but you get twice as much in it. Yeah, I can't. I have to have the actual book in front of me, or if I'm just like looking something up on Google or whatever, like I have to be able to sit there and just read it. I can't. If I just sit there and listen to it, I retain nothing. It's kind of weird how my brain works. Let's see. There's a
like you
great
gotta.
YouTube video of BTK's confession in court. I'm just gonna have to just deep dive into the whole BTK thing because, like I said, I just want to know all the similarities between him and Bryan.
Right.
Wait, how old
I was just
is?
on.
Good. I can watch all the logs again instead of listening.
Ooh.
Wait, Daddy Joe, what are you talking about? How old is Be Glad? But yeah, I think you got a little bit of feedback coming through.
I got a what?
You got feedback.
Ooh. Oh, I know what it is. I got my YouTube tab open still.
Okay. Let's see. She even got the DUI drop. P Fox must have been all that money she had sitting in her safe beside her bed.
Yeah.
I mean,
I'm just looking.
like, had
I'm
go
looking
ahead.
at BTK's I'm looking at BTK's Wikipedia entry. Excuse me. His crime span from January 15th of 74 to January 19th of 91.
So that's
Late,
how many years?
let's see, 74, 84, 84, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 91. 17 years.
Wow.
17 years and 4 days to be more precise.
Oh, let's see. I saw the BTK confession. Couldn't watch it all. Him describing unaliving so calm and I mean, Michelle. Who else does that remind you of? Okay, what?
Hmm.
Let's see. When I said I can't wait to be able to see all the lives again instead of listening because I'm blind, got cataracts, go for my surgery. Oh, Betty Joe, I hope everything works out okay for you. We're for sure gonna keep you in our prayers. Big Al, how are you?
What's happening?
Just sitting here
What
sneezing
up,
my
big
head
man?
off.
You dealing with that yellow dust down there too?
Yeah, not so much that. It's
Ugh.
just the actual dust around here.
No,
It's,
the pollen up here is
yeah,
something
yeah.
fierce right now.
We had all of our pollen issues
Whew.
several weeks back.
I looked outside today and it was yellow. Like the air was yellow.
Yeah, that's how it was up or
Mm.
down here, and it's the dust and everything. The wind's been blowing, and it's literally. So if I go mute without saying anything, it's just because I'm sneezing. So
Troll's not beating you.
I
no,
got
he
you.
did, no, he wouldn't do nothing like that. I don't even know where he's at. He must be cooking. He's not in here. Let's see. Thank you. I can't wait to be able. Betty Joe, I can't imagine not being able to see. So I pray that the surgery helps you.
Yeah, prayers for that. Holy smokes.
Yeah, she says she has cataracts on her
Oof.
eyes, and she can't see. All she can mainly do is listen right now.
Oh, jeez.
Sally Mae wants to know who got money. Apparently, Emma. If she got all them charges dropped, because that I mean, they literally gave that boy from Moscow some some stuff that had um, fentanyl in it. He ended up dying from it.
Oh, really?
Yeah, this was after the four kids were murdered. He was with them and he got some stuff from them, her and this Demetrius guy, and he ended up overdosing. They called 911. He went to the hospital. He stayed. What was it? 7 or 8? No, 12 hours at the hospital. They let him out of the hospital. He goes home. His friend claims that he picks him up from the hospital and takes him back to his apartment. And then he was still so out of it that he had to like help him walk to the apartment. And then he would keep checking on him and everything. And then like 8 hours later, 7 to 8 hours later, he went in to check on him and he had done passed away.
Hmm.
I mean,
That's really weird that they let him out of the hospital after an overdose like that.
right. It seems like they should have kept him in there. But yeah,
Yeah.
he was. Uh, forgot what all he did over at the University of Idaho, but yeah, he was a student there. And
Although nowadays they're giving away Narcan like freaking Halloween candy, so I
yeah,
mean, it
but I
sounds like
mean,
people overdose all the time, and it's not really that big of a deal in that community, unfortunately.
so he was so Cricket Moon, he did it after he come back after they let him out of the hospital,
Oh, he did it again.
which the friend isn't gonna tell that,
No.
But he did keep saying that he went and checked on him, and um, that he even had a video of him at like 8 o'clock that morning. He thought he was snoring loud, and he showed the police how he was sounding, but it wasn't a snore; it was like the death rattle, and
Oh,
he didn't know that, and so they knew at 8 o'clock that morning he was still breathing, and then like at 8:30, I think it was, they said that he found him deceased. Kind of throws Ramsland under the bus with her comment of, if she's such an expert on SKs, how did she miss a psychopath right under her nose? Vapor, I follow Carrie on, which is BTK's daughter. I follow her on Twitter, and I have seen her make a lot of different comments. I'm not going to say she doesn't like Catherine Ramsland. I don't think Catherine Ramsland is her favorite person. I'll put it like that. Because I've seen some comments that she's made about her. Which is another reason
Oh
why I want
boy.
to read her book.
Hmm. I'm looking at the I'm looking at the BTK entry in Wikipedia, and they have a chart of all of his victims. How you doing, Tony?
Hey, how you going?
Y'all, when I just now realized that Tony was backstage and he had his dog, the camera at his dog, but I couldn't tell it was a dog to begin with. And I thought, oh shit. And then I realized it was Tony. So sorry that it took me so long to bring you up.
apologize to that dog for not knowing it's a dog.
No, because you know how whenever it's backstage, you can just, it's
Yeah, I
a
know.
very small
Yeah, I
picture
know.
that you could see, and it wasn't moving, so I couldn't tell.
Just teasing you. Cute dog. Dog.
Yeah. right? Anyway, the breakdown of BTK's victims. January 15th of 74, he killed 4 members of the Otero family.
Oh
He
wow.
suffocated Joseph Otero, 38,
Wait,
strangled
wait,
Julia
wait, wait.
Marie.
Don't make sure that it's nothing that can get me, like, we need a trigger warning because you know how
Yeah,
YouTube
yeah.
is. Hold on.
Uh-huh.
Yeah, I forgot how to
Careful
spell.
with Wikipedia too. Anybody can edit Wikipedia.
Yes.
That's
My
true.
son.
That's
Often
true.
not
That's true.
smart to cite
That's
Wikipedia
the
as
reason why.
fact.
That's the reason why I said it that way. But I never said it was fact. I'm just saying this is what
No,
Wikipedia has.
well, right, but I mean, it comes off as you got to be careful with Wikipedia. Is all I'm saying.
Yeah, my son loves
Mhm.
Wikipedia and knows how to go on there and change stuff on it.
Oh yeah, it's easy.
Yeah.
Anyone, literally anyone can do it.
Right. All you got to have is a Wikipedia account.
Mm-hmm.
Uh,
So you have
okay,
the
my
Otero
trigger warning.
family. The Otero family was taken out by him. 2 suffocated, 1 strangled, 1 hanged.
Okay, and that was a family of 4, right?
Uh-huh. And they were found by 3 other members of the family who were in school at that time.
Oh wow. Can you imagine coming home
The
from
next,
school and seeing that?
Well, that dude's a special
yeah,
kind of
mom,
twisted.
you said that right. Mom, dad, and brother and sister dead,
Oh wow.
I
and
can't
in such
imagine.
brutal fashion.
Can't imagine.
The next victim, was 21-year-old Catherine Doreen Bright. Now this is according to Wikipedia. She was stabbed 3 times in the abdomen. She passed away at Wesley Medical Center.
Yeah.
That's an especially cruel way to kill someone.
Yeah, our lucky, I say blessed survivor is Kevin Bright, a 19-year-old who survived probably getting shot by BTK.
So he didn't do all of these murders the same way then.
No,
You know
Nah,
how
no, he was
some
all over the place.
like you know how they'll say some
yeah,
SKs will have like they do it one way and it's always each time there's more similarities than not. And this
his
oh
victims,
wow.
I
all
think
of his
that's more of a
victims, all of
TV
his
thing.
victims, one, all of his victims but one were either suffocated or strangled.
Okay. Except for the one that was shot that survived. And then
Uh huh.
the one lady that was stabbed.
Right.
Huh.
And when he did that, again, according to Wikipedia, his
Mhm.
weapons of choice for the ones he suffocated or strangled were a plastic bag, a rope, a belt, nylon stocking, pantyhose, or his bare hands.
Basically whatever he could get his hands on.
Hang
Hands
on, did
on.
he would he subdue these people first or something? How do you kill someone with a plastic bag?
Wait, what was that again, Tony? I could barely hear you.
Oh, I'm sorry, I don't understand. Like all those weapons, not the sort of weapons like you kill someone with. So the sort of weapons you kill someone with if they're tied up or something, right? So how did he actually get into that situation?
Okay, can y'all hear him okay?
I can barely make out what he's saying.
No,
I
I'm
don't know
sorry.
Same
Okay, hang
here.
on. Hang on.
if you can move the microphone closer or something.
Right on my mouth. Okay, I just have to yell a bit. Can you hear me now?
Yeah, I can a little bit better.
Okay. I just want to know.
It sounds like you're like far away from the mic.
Yeah.
No, it's right on my. It's right on my. Oh, okay, I'll try my. I'll re-rig. I'll come back. I'll re-rig all my gear. Hang on.
Okay.
Okay.
I'm looking at. I like Cricket Moon's comment here. Dateline, News Nation sources need receipts And leaks need depends.
Oh, jeez.
That's
Like,
funny, but it's so true.
see, it's also interesting how these SKs get away with such devastation because of an equalizer, not because they're actually physically superior. None look physically menacing. That makes sense as well.
I agree. I totally agree. But then again, then again, he did use his bare hands to take out Marine Wallace Hedge on April 27th of 85.
But was he? I think that's what Tony was trying to ask. I just couldn't make it out 100%. But it sounded like he was asking, did he like subdue the people first before he like did he drug them or did he do something else to them to get them to where he could handle them? If that makes sense, I'm
I
trying
would
to be
think just
careful with
catching
my
someone.
words.
I would think just catching someone by surprise, complete surprise, would be almost enough. I mean,
Exactly.
if some random person's walking behind me, I don't expect them to cram a plastic bag over my head.
Okay,
Jump
so
on my
Or
back.
a rope,
I wouldn't expect that.
or a rope around your neck.
so Vapor is saying after he tied them up. So Vapor, did he tie these people up before he did this to them? Oh, I mean, it is bind, torture, and murder. Is
That's
what
it.
his the be.
Bind,
So
torture, kill.
yeah, so that makes sense that he would have tied them up or something like that. I really need to look into this guy. Let's see, find torture.
Betty
Okay,
Joe
so
hit
it's
it
easy
right on the
to
head.
they're tied up. Vapor, that is true. It's easy to do that. All right, Tony, you back?
Yeah, I think so. Can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you better now.
Okay, good. I replugged in a different USB port. I know it's very technical, but I don't want to say technical jargon, but that's what I did. If anyone out there understands what I just did.
It sounds way better, dude.
Okay, good. Okay, so yeah, I was asking exactly that. Did they, he must have subdued them, did he? Or like with a gun or something?
Okay, y'all, I'm back.
Yeah, it sounds like somehow he got the upper hand over him to get him tied up. There's like 12 movies
Of
I just
course.
found on a quick Google search, so there's plenty of movies out there that are explaining the whole way through this thing. I think I'm gonna watch one of them.
Of the
It's sort of-
BTK stuff?
Yeah, there's a ton of BTK movies.
Oh wow, so I'm gonna have to
There's a
look for those.
Survivors movie. I'm sure they're on that link that I sent you.
Where did you send it to me?
That
What?
Soap Today.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, I'm sure they're on there.
Okay.
But if you just do a Google search for BTK killing movies, every movie pops up.
Okay.
Michelle
Yeah,
Noir, are you
BTK
serious
and-
about that?
What's
BTK
that?
and Bryan, totally
Michelle's-
different modus operandi.
Hmm. Michelle Noir is touching on that. She said that with BTK, they found semen at the scene, so this was part of his sexual fantasy. What?
I didn't know anything about that. I don't know that much about it. Like Scarlett, I'm kind of in the dark.
I mean, I just know that he was
That-
classified as an SK. Like I said, I follow his daughter on Twitter. She followed me back. We've talked a few times here and there. Seems like a very well-rounded woman to have been the daughter of an SK. But other than that, I don't really know a whole lot about him. Let's see, BTK would use his gun to get them to submit to being tied up. Then he would torture them before murdering them in different ways. And yes, he was a sexualist. Oh,
Oh,
okay.
Oh, wow.
I did not know that.
That's
yeah,
news
Tony.
to me, too.
Tony, your dog has that look like if you don't pick me up and cuddle me and scratch me, I'm gonna pee on the bed.
No, she's good. That's her couch. She's
Oh,
happy.
is it?
Yeah,
She looks
she's
like
right.
an
She's
absolute
right.
sweetheart.
She's super cute. So wasn't BTK, is he the one that was He was also a cross-dresser?
I'm so lost.
Wow.
Russell, what's his name was? Russell Williams. I think that's his name. The Canadian colonel.
Who?
The Canadian colonel. He used to break into people's places, and then he started killing them, and he'd dress up in their lingerie and stuff.
Oh gosh.
So there's a movie that came out in 2019 called A Killer Among Us. That apparently isn't too hard to watch. It's on Roku and all kinds of other places. Amazon Prime.
That sounds like a movie that I've already seen. I'll have to go back and watch it to see if I've watched it before. But I didn't know that he cross-dressed. But isn't he the guy that would install security systems at people's houses? And then he would go back, maybe not to everybody's house, but he would go back to some different houses and murder the people? Or am I thinking about someone else? There's some other stuff his daughter was talking about when he was warning family about all the stuff that would come out during the trial. I can't imagine being a child of that, of someone like that. His confession is on YouTube in court. He says exactly what he did to them himself. Must watch. I'm gonna have to find it, King Scarlet. And okay, so he did do. Thank you, Sherry. Wow. Can you imagine just having somebody come and install a security system in your house and not knowing that they were that type of person, and they come back and do something like that?
I'm always nervous when anyone comes into my house.
That's why nobody comes in my house.
I don't care who it is. I'm nervous when any strangers in my home.
That's why
I don't take my eyes off them.
Yeah, I don't like people coming into my house. Honestly.
I dropped a link to the BTK book in the back chat.
Okay.
I will work on finding the PDF for that, and I'm sure it's out there. Can't be too hard to find.
Let's see the Insta story. Wait, is this the Catherine Ramslin one? Wait, who is this? Roy. I can't tell the names, but I'm gonna write this one down too. Damn it! I need y'all. I moved stuff around on my desk today, and I have hardly no room now. Okay, so burn, torture, kill.
It's got 4 out of 5 stars. It must not be a bad book.
Anything like this, I will read. If it's like true stories and stuff like that, anything like that, I like. So the inside story.
Find the PDF and make the computer read it to me.
That's just being lazy.
Nah, I get a headache when I read too much.
You want to be lazy? Call GPT.
No, I'm staying away from AI. Thanks. I'm good.
I wonder if they have this like in a. Are you talking about like the Audible books or whatever?
Well, no. I mean, there's programs you can. I have a full version of Acrobat that'll read a PDF to me.
Oh,
so
okay.
if I can find a document in PDF format, I can make Adobe read it to me.
Oh, okay. Because this would be good to listen to, like if I'm mowing the yard or something like that. Let's see, Dennis Rader. All right, I wrote this down. Let me stick it on my calendar real quick so I can keep up with that name. Okay. Let's see. Q-Scott, yes, it's a good punch of watch. He just says everything as a matter of fact and not mention it all. I'm gonna have to find that. Oh, what is that noise?
I do not know.
I really don't have time to read a book except for after I'm done with my lives. It seems like it takes me forever to fall asleep. Or if I'm mowing the yard, if I can find like what Big Al's talking about, just where it can read it to me.
Yeah.
Because it takes me like 3 hours to mow my yard, so That would be perfect.
Tony's dog's looking at him like he's freaking nuts. I love it. I miss having a dog so much.
BTK's daughter wrote a book. Sherry, yeah, that's the one that I want to get. That BTK's daughter had wrote. I don't remember the name of it, but I remember she had put it on her, I believe, on her Twitter. The name of it. Let's see if I can find it real quick.
I think people often forget about the families of these killers and what they go through.
Right.
After finding out, it's not what short reading I've just done in the last 10 minutes. This guy was a pretty normal neighborhood guy. Like, straight up, everybody thought he was a good husband, was liked at work. I mean, totally normal dude. And couldn't have been further from the truth. I can't imagine being like the child of someone like that.
I mean,
finding that out. How horrible.
She's on Twitter and she's always advocating for people, like what happened in Idaho and all that. And the name of her book is called A Serial Killer's Daughter: My Story of Faith, Love, and Overcoming. Okay, and I'm writing that down so I don't forget. And my pen has run out of flipping ink.
Well, you're just a mess tonight.
I am. But I did go buy new pens a couple of days ago, so I was just trying to use that last one that I had in that box up. Okay.
I got something funny and lighthearted for you.
Okay.
So once in a while, I've got a big digital billboard out in front of my bar. There's two screens. One faces north, one faces south.
Uh-huh.
And they're 4 feet by 10 feet. So just to be funny, once in a while, I'll just throw something random on there. As people are driving by, they're like, "What did that say?" You know. So today I put on there. I heard Carly Simon on the radio singing "You're So Vain," and I put on the first screen. It says "You're So Vain," and then it pops to another screen and it says, "You probably think this sign is about you." And
the sign is a what?
You probably think this sign is about you.
Oh.
Instead of song.
Okay, I thought you said emoji.
No.
Oh.
No. And I'm not shitting you when I say it. Within 10 minutes, the bar phone was ringing off the hook. Who's that sign about?
Oh, well.
It was probably my greatest troll in the last 6 months.
That's because to this very day, everybody still wonders who was Carly Simon talking about in the song.
Oh, I'm just gonna let it
to
run
this
all
very
weekend.
day.
I'm gonna let it run all weekend and let everybody think it's about them.
Now that's a good one. That's a good one.
I don't know if Scarlett knows the song we're talking about.
Probably not.
There's a song that goes, "You're so vain, you probably think this song is about you." And I replaced song with sign.
Oh yeah, I might have heard it. I don't know. I'd have to go back and listen to it to see. Hey Teresa, how are you? What was that?
Hopefully some of the older folks in chat got that one.
I probably heard it.
I already caught it.
I thought he said emoji instead of about you. It's like 12:30 in the morning. I've had no sleep. So you have to excuse me.
Matter of fact, I'm gonna cut it short tonight. So I got about 5 minutes left of me, and
I've just been.
I may do the same thing, even though I have a later shift that I need to.
It might be a little over. Vapor, I might have heard the song. I don't know. I'd have to go back and, like I said, look it up and see if I've heard it. Because I've heard, like, my mom used to listen to all that crap whenever I was little. And I was like, oh my God, this is horrible. Just listening to stuff like that. Sweet Melissa said I got it right away. I'm just on this dirt.
Shit, I'm officially old as dirt. Damn it. Damn it. It's finally happened. Son of a
White Widow Baby. Do you know what song they're talking about? Because you're always singing different stuff.
I bet she does.
Let's see. I'm positive.
I bet.
I probably have heard it because songs to me are like movies. I've probably watched it, just don't remember the title.
Right.
Because I mean, I don't pay attention to the title that often.
There's a lot of people. If you ever
Good
go to
stat,
karaoke,
Riddler.
a lot of people sing it for karaoke.
Yep.
I have to go back and.
Riddler just gave us a good stat. He said later she recorded Mockingbird with James Taylor.
Yep.
That's a good fact.
Okay, so wait, who sung it?
Carly Simon.
Carly Simon.
Do I even know who that is? I don't know. Teresa says she knows it. Daria will answer your question. So gathering information.
That song's
Okay,
a little
Cricket
older
Boo,
than
thank
I
you.
am.
I will.
That
For
song is a
sure.
little older than I am.
I'll go back and find it tonight once I'm done on here.
It was just a lighthearted breakup thing, so we could just talk about something other than killing for a second.
Carly Simon sang it. It was about Warren Beatty.
Was it Warren Beatty? I thought it was James Taylor.
Wow. Yeah.
That's what Marissa just said.
Right, so you guys realise Bryan Kohberger has had the worst deal in the media and social media since Jackass.
He's hit the
How
worst.
so?
Well, how so? Well, everyone's gone after him with no real evidence.
Wait, say that again.
The same people who went after Jackass without seeing anything real except just a couple of clips on YouTube. Now going after, they've now just switched to that. I mean, these people, they don't think about things or rationalise them out. They're just desperate for someone to put their finger at.
P Fox, thank you. Yeah, a lot of people are just coming out with just a bunch of nonsense, honestly.
It's my freaking suggestion thing on YouTube every day has no less than 10 true crime channels talking about BK.
Yeah, and
every day. And the infighting between those channels is on there too, and I just laugh.
You don't like that stuff.
I don't get that. I don't know why channels just don't do their own thing and not worry about what everybody else is doing.
More clicks.
Oh, no, I like the reaction channels and stuff. I don't really. I mean, the big and Betty fights and all those. I'm not into those, but some of the other ones are quite funny.
Help me out here, Al. You said more clicks, but more drama means more clicks, which means more viewers, which means more. Ooh, what's that other thing? Oh yeah, more money.
Greed.
Some people are just hard up for it, and so they'll put anything out there to get it.
Anything.
See, Roger, that is true. There was Jack S, Jack D. What other Jack was there? I know there was another Jack. Wasn't there at least 3?
I don't know, Jack.
Jack D was Kaylee's ex-boyfriend, and then Jack S, they're claiming was Hoodie Guy, but I never even seen it come out and confirm that Hoodie Guy was Jack S.
I think it was. Wasn't the guy walked him back? Hoodie Guy?
Yeah, that's who everybody was calling Hoodie Guy. But it was never, that I seen, it was never confirmed that Hoodie Guy is in fact Jack S. Jack and Bimbo.
Try doing a live where you do the most crazy theories and the worst accusations that were made.
Okay. Wait, I'm sorry, say that again.
The most crazy theories and the worst accusations.
There's been a lot of videos, crazy theories and really bad accusations.
Yeah.
Really, really bad.
Yeah.
Enoch Harsh is
Jeremy's in there. He was a good boy. He sounded like a lovely boy. But in the first few days, he couldn't get away from the camera. So.
Okay, so
So-
that was the neighbor, right? Not the E9 guy that I call creepy neighbor. That was the other guy that was the neighbor that everybody was throwing it on him, and then he had to come out and prove that he didn't do it or didn't have anything to do with it.
He said he was going to go and take a DNA test. He did 3 or 4 appearances. His last one on Banfield, which is probably the highest paying one. And then at the end of that, he said, "I'm not doing any more interviews." He
Okay,
seemed like a decent guy. He was a law student.
And then we had the creepy neighbor, which was Enon,
Yeah.
that claimed that he just wandered into the kids' house one night whenever they were having a party, and also knew how many people were always in the backyard. And then he also, was it fire sticks that he does? He claims that he would be like out in the back and was doing his hobby and would always notice the things. And
throwing fire sticks around, that's a cry for help to start with.
Well, I do know that him going, like, when he started doing all these different appearances, and then for whatever reason he thought that it was okay, like, which is his thing, if you wanted to go to San Francisco or whatever. But it was some of the stuff that he was doing while he was in San Francisco, like taking a picture of the white Hyundai Elantra, talking about, oh, it's following him and all this and that, wasn't funny. It was almost like he was agging stuff on, and then he comes back after being missing for a good while, and then he
got milk, so they brought him back.
He ended up coming back.
Brought him back.
Yeah, and he's still. I wouldn't say he had anything to do with it. He's just a creepy neighbor.
There's some true crime channels on here. They just milk things.
True.
So after the mainstream were done with then a few of those guys got hold of them and did the rounds.
Yeah, and they'll milk it and then they'll milk it and put out a bunch of nonsense or clickbait and
hearsay.
Yeah,
it's cheap entertainment. I've got to admit, I watch these things now and then, but I know it's cheap entertainment. The problem is some people think it's real.
Yeah, and there are some people that will believe anything that they hear.
There's several creators that will actually go to someone's house who hasn't been convicted yet and camp out in front of it with bullhorns and scream into their homes until 10 o'clock at night when the cops make them shut up, and then come back the next day and scream at their house. I mean, I watched it. I won't mention the case.
Sounds
I'm
like
sure a lot of people know what I'm talking about. I would never call it a person, but there's several people like that.
Yeah, I'm not going to name any names. I'll never mention any names.
But
or
there
were
lots of people with bullhorns. Let's just put it that way. It wasn't just one.
Yeah. Or they'll get these random people to call in and say things that we don't know if it's true or not, or if there's who they are really saying that they are.
That happened in the Kylie Rodney case in the beginning several times.
Right.
What was it? Jane Doe 1 and 2?
Yeah, Jane Doe 1 and 2 was one of the examples, and then when the fire video came out, there were a couple other ones during that. Random people claiming to be sources, knowing that the video was untouched and unedited, and blah 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 blah, and it turned out
no receipts.
Yeah,
tragedy pimps.
No receipts at all.
White Widow baby, you're right. Tragedy pimps.
Yeah,
and then there's the ones that just talk about the tragedy pimps day in and day out. There's several of those too. It's just it goes back to what I say about this room and this channel and this chat full of these people. It's just way better.
That's why I say to myself,
just way better.
It's there's no drama. You don't have to deal with everybody else. Let people do whatever they want to do on their own channel. You know what I'm saying?
Yep. Oh, White Widow baby, you're on fire tonight.
Exploitative ass wipes.
I love it.
That's it.
It sounds like a bad dollar store package of wipes that don't work.
Yep.
And on
Yeah.
that note, you guys enjoy your evening. I'm going to hit it.
Okay. Have a good night.
Try and get a little rest. It's got a big holiday weekend, so
Oh yeah.
I got 70 racks of ribs to get ready tomorrow, so I got a lot of work.
Oh well. All right.
Jealous? I'm
What's that?
jealous. I said I'm jealous.
Yeah, we're doing
7
ribs.
racks?
75. We're doing
Woo.
ribs, andouille, our custom andouille sausage that I've made,
And more ribs.
and bacon wrap corn on the cob, and then bacon mac and cheese, smoked bacon mac and cheese.
Troll
I
told
am
me to
so
tell
not
you
gonna
that he
do
will be there to eat.
Yeah, we don't mess around. Memorial, 4th of July, Labor Day, we don't mess around. We make food that people just
It sucks,
they
dude.
just have to come here.
It literally sucks that you live like what 5 states away from us.
Yeah, it's a ways. That's a ways.
Oh my god, he's probably a little further than that from me.
I'm in the middle of Minnesota, right up towards Canada.
Yeah.
I think it's
Yeah,
5
my
states
boy-
between me and you.
Yeah, I think you're about right.
I'm in
4 or 5.
Oregon, so
Well,
Oh,
y'all
so
take
you're not
care.
far from Idaho then.
not too far.
All right,
Right.
y'all be good. Chat, stay real, be kind,
All right, you
and
know
we'll
it.
see you tomorrow, I think.
Yeah.
Okay, well, have a good night and
All right.
have fun with all the food and all that.
Yeah, right. Yeah. Take care.
All right, you too.
Bye-bye.
Man, I'm jealous. Some of them ribs is calling my name now.
I know he's always talking about all the food that he does at his business up there.
Mm.
Hold on, y'all. I'm just answering a message back real quick.
Meanwhile, I'll read this comment from Riddler. He said, "Here is something scary. A spirit box said that said the SK exited the glass door and told his friend that one of the girls saw him. That was before we knew about Dylan."
Okay, wait, that was whose comment?
Oh, I love it.
Riddler.
Okay.
Spirit boxes, they're always 100% reliable, so you can bank on that.
Oh, okay.
That's
So I
from,
found
that's
it.
from I know who that's from. And that guy, he does that channel, he's a lovely boy, not the sharpest, but he believes the spirit box ahead of Kim, who he had on the show about 5 times before he woke up to the fact she was a phony.
Are you talking about T-Rev?
Yeah, I wouldn't like to mention any names, you know.
No, it's fine. As long as you're not bashing a channel or anything like that, I don't care about. Because T-Rev
Well, I
comes
sort
in
of
here
was.
a lot.
I like
Oh,
him.
well.
I like him. You know, I do like him. I just think it should have been a bit. He should have. I mean, I really like. I went off him, and then he started running those sorts of things, and then, you know, it took him ages to click on that she was just basically trolling them or trolling the victims, which is the worst thing.
Right.
You know, trolling the internet and trolling him, that's okay, but trolling the victims and the victims' families with all these crazy things he's coming out with, that was really distasteful. And and then the funny thing is, he believes the spirit box ahead of her now, so at least he's got his priorities right in that order.
Yeah, T-Rev comes in here every now and then. He's a pretty cool dude.
Yeah. No, he's a very likable guy.
Right.
I just thought he could have been a bit quick on that take, but I don't know.
Okay, so Tony, I'm gonna ask you this because you wasn't up here last night when we were talking about this, so I want to get your opinion.
Yep.
What do you think about this whole grand jury thing that is allegedly going on in Pennsylvania, where they're saying that Bryan's mom has already testified, that dad was supposed to testify today, being Thursday. They claimed that Bryan had a solid alibi. And now the police department out there has came out and said that Bryan has no connection to the Dana Smithers case. So what is your opinion on all of that?
Well,
what do you think about it?
I don't get who's saying he's got a solid alibi.
That I don't know. It was just brought out that it was Brian Enton as the one that came out with it after I seen it on CNN yesterday, and they
Right.
were both saying that Brian had a solid alibi.
Okay. I don't know. It's just it's well, it's bizarre. You know, I don't really believe in coincidences, but on the other hand, you know, it's unlikely they're going to call. If they're calling them and they're calling them into question as alibi, is that what I'm trying to read between the lines? Grand juries generally don't call on anything on the side of the defence or the witnesses or the defence side. They won't call witnesses for the defence.
Well, this
Unless
was
that's exactly what they want to do, is just grill them.
This was an investigative grand jury where they wasn't looking to indict a certain person. It was more of a investigation type thing. But I was wondering if maybe his parents had to go and testify because they were his alibi.
It's possible. It's possible. You're not writing it out. I'm not writing it off, but yeah, I don't know. Well, I'm 50-50 on it. I'm 50-50 on everything on it, really.
Okay.
Until the trial, it's all speculation, but it's fun.
Right.
Here's one you're probably 50-50 on. I'm not too sure, but we had a poll last night here as far as the house is concerned. Should it be taken down, say, before the trial gets started? Should it be taken down after the trial is over? What's your take on that?
Or after? I think I said. I think you might have missed me at the start. I said post in the comments. They can have 4,000 photographs of the site, the scene, and all that sort of stuff, but that means nothing compared to actually walking through a place. But you know, if I showed you 4,000 photographs of where I am now, it'd be a totally different story if you actually walked in it. And it's completely different if you go somewhere physically to actually see it in photographs. And so they should wait for the jury. If it gets to that stage, of a jury to walk through it, and they can make their own assessments, and then get rid of it.
Yeah, that's what I think.
I think that's what a lot of
after the trial. I know a lot of people seemed like they were upset, and there was a lot of people wanting it to stand, and you had the people that was like, well, they did a 3D scan, so what's the point of leaving it standing? You know, go ahead and tear it down. Apparently, and I even have a video, it's like a 2-minute video where Bryan is talking about it, but the neighbors want it down, which I completely understand that. You know, they don't want to have to live in a house next to that house and have to look at it every day, knowing what happened there. But then you've got the families, if not all of them, some of them want it to stay standing until after the trial. But you have right, and then you have then you've got the school coming out saying that they're going to tear it down this summer. Let's see. Even a 3D rendering doesn't count. I mean, Roger, it doesn't. It doesn't. You don't hear the sounds, and you just don't get the feel of it.
Even if you do a VR, a virtual reality or something like that, it's not the same as standing in a doorway or walking past the doorway or feeling the floor under your feet or, you know, getting a feel for what the structure of the house is like, hearing the sounds as you walk, that sort of stuff. It's not the same.
No, because you can be, you know, it's standing in the living room and looking down at Xana's doorway. It's not the same if you're actually physically looking at it with your own eyes than looking at pictures. It's completely different.
That whole entire you can't get that from a picture or 3D rendering.
Right.
Pictures are actually not accurate. I know it's going to sound a bit bizarre, but pictures not always accurate. For example, if they're going to shoot interior shots, they'll probably be using wide-angle lenses that distorts everything. They might be using macro lenses for certain things. Unless you see things with your own eyes and you know in its own space, it's not the same thing. We can all
Okay.
see pictures of Graceland, but going there will be a totally different experience.
Exactly. It's like you go there and you see how big it is, or how little it is, or how big the rooms are, and how close they are to other things in the house. It's just a completely different all around experience than just sitting in a chair in a courtroom looking at pictures or a 3D scan.
Yeah.
And free
And I'm
spirit,
sure the victim's family want the right result,
exactly. And yeah, and that's what Mr. Gonzalez says. He wants to make sure that they have the right person. Free spirit, that is true what you were saying. BK's mom said that he went to bed before her on the night in question. They're talking about the Pennsylvania grand jury stuff. Let's see. So he went to bed on the night in question before her, and that he was asleep when she went to bed. But that's not an alibi. That is true because she doesn't know if he got up and walked out of the house and left and went somewhere, or walked around the neighborhood or anything else. I mean, can she wake up and can she
Sleeping's
say
not an alibi.
right? Can she say that she woke up and went to his room and checked on him and made sure that he was still in there? Hey, son, how are you?
I like that.
Millennials,
I
how
like
are you?
Son's comment.
See, they shouldn't
They
tear it
shouldn't tear
down
down
until
till after the trial.
everyone found this key. That house is an
Sound
echo
is
chamber.
true.
Yeah.
Yes, it is.
Yeah.
Nothing but evidence.
And now I
And
do
not only
understand.
do these walls can talk.
Wait, what was that?
That saying, if these walls could talk,
Right,
that house would be singing like a canary.
right. Now I do get that when there's nothing in the house, like if they have taken everything out of the house, all of the furniture, everything off the walls, everything, it's going to be more echoey than what it's going to be with stuff in the house. I get that.
Especially if they're
there's,
taking the carpets out or anything like that, drapes or carpets.
I
Right.
don't think there
Rugs.
was there any carpets in that house? I think it was all hardwood, wasn't
Didn't
it?
look like it. Yeah, it didn't look like it.
But just the stuff off the walls is going to give it a different sound. But just, even if they don't go for the sound, just to see where everything is, because as much as we look at this house, like the layout of it, just on the virtual tour that we've done, it's still not going to be the same as us looking at it on that as us walking through the house, because you're walking through it, you're going to notice something that you may not notice in a picture.
They'll be able to stand at that doorway, and if someone else walk past them and think to themselves, is it truly possible, these people didn't see each other, is it, and then they could line up some people with some bushy eyebrows and see what the light's like at that time of night.
Right. I mean,
So,
I even I was watching Nancy Grace today, and I didn't get to watch the whole thing, but I caught just like a little bit of what she was saying, and she was talking about when Bryan was in court the other day for his arraignment, and he only said the things that he had to say, and that was him answering the questions that the judge was asking him. And she said that she was wondering if maybe he spoke as little as he had to or as needed, because is it possible that Dylan, when this all goes to trial and everything, that Dylan can point him out or recognize his voice or identify his voice as him being the one that was in that house at night, talking, saying, it's okay, I'm going to help you, or whatever it is, if there's other things that she heard being said.
But
And
it's so creepy if it's him. It's so creepy, and if it's all true, all that PCA, it's so creepy and terrible.
yeah.
Bred to kill you all has reinforced my opinion once again. He said, I'm quoting, the house coming down before trial and conviction is ridiculous to be a question to begin with. Should be a standard not to destroy evidence or even remove furniture and whatnot, except to examine.
Yeah, and we know that they took the beds
Right
out.
on point. Right on point.
Yeah, they took the mattresses out. They took I know they took one of the bed frames out. I don't know if they took both Ethan, or not Ethan, Xana's and Maddie's, but I do know that they took one of them out. But yeah, that's what Nancy Grace was talking about today. Maybe that was a thing that him and Ann had talked about before they went to court, and it was her telling him, you need to speak as little as possible. We're going to stand silent. The judge will then enter your plea. See, Dylan can identify the sounds of him walking, the dog barking, Xana's whimpering, thud screams. And that's why I think it's good that they keep the house up, because, you go in, you can go in Dylan's room and just see if you can hear somebody walking up the stairs, since they basically share a wall with Dylan's room.
Yeah, they should leave the house up until a jury's walk through, especially because, well, the defence have done a walkthrough now and been there, but you only seen it from one side as well. Jury can go in there and walk in there, But I mean, they hear people saying, "Oh, it's a long hallway," and they go there and they go, "Oh no, actually, it's not really that long a hallway,"
Right.
People define things differently, you know what I mean? So if you actually see something and touch something and you're actually in that space, it's completely different from hearing about it or having people describe it to you, or even people showing pictures to you.
I wonder if whenever they boarded the house up, if they cut the electricity off. Because Dry was saying the only thing, like, the university owns it and it's not costing them anything letting it sit there since it was given to them for free. And I know that before they boarded the house up, they had the heat going and they had lights on. But I'm wondering, since they boarded it up, if it still has electric to it. Let's see. Sounds of him leaving out a sliding door versus a closing door. That is a good one too, that they could listen to, or son, or even being down in Bethany's room and seeing what they could hear over in Xana's room, because it's one floor different, opposite end of the house. Okay, so Dylan didn't know. He said, I think there's someone here, so I'm not sure she can identify voices very well. And that was one of her roommates. I did find that kind of odd. So Riddler wants to know, on that night, were there any lights on the inside, or was it dark? Riddler, there was a neon sign that was in the living room. I think they might have left it on. And some people will leave like a kitchen light on or something like that at night. But there had to be some type of light that was on, that was shining towards his face as he was walking out of that living room into the little hallway into the kitchen, for Dylan to be able to see bushy eyebrows. So I don't know if maybe, like they have those, what are they called? Party lights that was outside the sliding glass door where the patio is. And they always had those on. So I don't know if maybe those were on. Hey, JJ, how are you? Or if it, like I said, just a kitchen light or something like that. Hey, Dennis, how are you?
Bushy eyebrows.
Yeah, that was her description. He was.
I don't think that is her description. I think that's her being pushed to give a description. And they said, "Oh, you must have seen something." You must have said, "Well, what colour are his eyes?" "Oh, I didn't really notice it." "Well, was anything you could see? What were the eyebrows? What were they like? Were they normal? Were they bushy?" "Oh, they were bushy." "Oh, they were bushy." "They're brilliant, bushy eyebrows." "Oh, here we go. We got him. We've got him now. He's got bushy eyebrows. Put that in,
Yeah, because she.
The quotes from her statement in the PCA, a lot of them don't make any sense. Well, they make sense, but they sound like they weren't written by her. Maybe that's what the lawyer told her to say.
I mean, I've never.
That's the police language.
I've never heard of someone give a description of, how was it? He was clad in black or whatever.
Clad in black, like it was either someone's roof or a ninja.
Right. And I've got the PCA pulled up here. I'm trying to find where she gives a description of him. Let's see. Because like I said, I wouldn't think that
He was
a
clad in black,
college
and as he
student.
floated past, I noticed he had bushy eyebrows.
Let's see. I'll pull it up here real quick. Okay,
PCA,
so right here, DM stated that she had opened her door for the third time after she heard the crying and saw a figure clad in black clothing and a mask that covered the person's mouth and nose walking towards her. She described the figure as 5'10" or taller, male, not very muscular, but athletically built with bushy eyebrows. That could be half the male students at U of I.
Yep.
You know, that the little dude that was on the body cam footage at the band field.
Oh, he had the best eyebrows in town.
Yeah, he had super bushy eyebrows. So I mean, it could have been a lot of people with that description. So and that's what I had asked before. You know how they'll get some like a witness on the stand and they'll say, okay, well, the person that you saw doing this or whatever, are they in here in court? And they say yeah, and then they ask, well, can you point them out and tell us what they're wearing? Well, if Dylan's on the stand, how's she going to do that? Like, yeah, I noticed the bushy eyebrows. Right. You know, how's she going to do that? Let's see, that is the effect the case has had on me living alone.
Ninjas clad themselves in black. Not normal people. Normal people dress in black.
Son, if you live alone, please be careful. Please always be aware of your surroundings and all that. And that goes for anybody that lives by themselves.
Mm-hmm.
All right, let me jump into my email real quick. I think I have something. I thought I had something in here. Okay.
Yeah, Marissa, do you clad in black? Or do you wear black? Or dress in black?
Let's see, what did Dylan say that the individual said to her? Riddler, if she said that he said anything to her, they didn't put it in the PCA. Is clad a direct quote or someone paraphrasing? Michelle, that's what they put in the PCA.
Yeah.
And they said that she said that, right? Hold on, I'm gonna pull it back up.
They don't exactly quote her, but they do it in a tricky way. That's either lawyer talk from her lawyer, or it's police talk. But I don't believe she would speak that way. Doesn't sound right. Okay. Oh, Marissa, do you dress in black, or do you clad in black?
Okay.
No, I clad a you clad a building, don't you, or a house?
I've never heard anybody use. She called him a figure clad in black clothing, so it's like she's calling him a clad. That's the way they have it.
Calling him a clad.
Okay, so
or
it says.
Chad. Is she calling him a Chad?
No, clad. CLAD. So it says Dylan stated she opened her door for the third time after she heard the crying and saw a figure clad in black. So they're saying that that's what she stated.
Figure clad in black. So that could be a silhouetted figure. Who knows? I don't really know what that means.
Hold on, I'm fixing to Google it.
Clad in black. Does that mean he had a black shoulder cast over him? Does clad mean dressed, or does that mean, I don't know.
Okay, let's see what the clad definition. Okay, so clad definition is to cover with a protective or insulating a layer of other material.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, So that's cop talk.
It's an archaic word. It's an archaic word meaning to clothe.
Yeah.
Oh, so to answer your question from earlier, you wear black.
Or you dress in black.
Right.
Wake up the children and clad them in black. I'll wake up the children and clad them in black.
I've never heard that. Sounds like, back in like the medieval days. It's what it sounds like. So clad is the equivalent of clothed in black. But I mean, how many people nowadays talk like that or use that
Angie,
word?
but yeah, who talks like that?
Or is it maybe just a thing that's from? Is it like a way that they talk? Because you know how like some college kids or even high school kids will, they will use a certain word, like, and it'll be like the new hip thing to say or whatever. I wonder if that's what it is.
Put it this way. Ever heard of the phrase scantily clad women?
No.
Ah, yes, I have. I like it, and I've heard it before.
Uh-huh.
One of my preferences, actually. Yeah, I have. There you go. Yeah, it is. But I don't think that comes from her era. That's what I'm saying. I think someone else planted that word there.
Yeah, it's like
using the Merriam-Webster dictionary, they gave one example being clad in red silk pajamas.
Oh shit! True.
What you're clad in is what you're wearing.
Yeah, it just, to me, it sounds like someone from not her generation would have written that for her.
That's what I'm saying. Like, it seems like, and somebody even said like a mid-century, back in like the medieval type castle people when they lived in castles and all. That's whenever I first read it, for like that time came to mind, because who nowadays says clad in black or clad in clothing or whatever?
Yes, weird. There's another phrase in there too that's weird. There's a few that are not actually quoting her. They're describing excerpts from her statement, which is all they have to do. But once the full statement and stuff comes out, hopefully we can see all of that sort of stuff. Maybe we don't deserve to see that. I don't know, but that's where some of the court, maybe it should be redacted so we don't see some of it. I don't know.
Wait, why would a baby? You've really used that word?
Who what?
White Widow Baby said she could be into fashion. I've used that word. Used the word clad selling retail. I don't. It just doesn't seem like something that younger kids would say, though. Okay, if I were describing someone, I might well use clad Scottish heritage. Maybe a PNW thing. It seems common.
Yeah, maybe she said that. Maybe she said that. Maybe she said it. Maybe she did.
Okay, so Riddler wants to know where Ethan was found. The only thing that we know is that he was found in Xana's room. We don't know if it was on the floor or on the bed or a specific area in the room, just in Xana's room.
They are not quoting her verbatim.
I mean, it's okay. So is that in Louisiana? I've never heard anybody. It could be just a thing in certain parts of the states that people use it. But is it something that, like, somebody has said something about Scottish heritage? Could that be something like a normal used word in like other countries? Let's see. Is she a creative writer? Son, I don't know. I haven't heard that she was.
Over here, cladding is something you put on the outside of a house.
Okay.
Yeah.
So it has like it's spelled the same but a different meaning in your country.
Yeah. Cladding is what you put on the outside of the house. I
Okay.
suppose you clad the house, or you put cladding on the house. Yeah.
And so it would
I've
basically
never heard it
it
with
means the same thing. Like you're covering your house with something where the way they're using it in the PCA is that he covered himself with clothes or black clothing or whatever.
So he might have been like in some sort of overalls that were black, or some sort of ninja suit. Not exactly ninja. Ninja's a humorous thing, but something like that. Something that you could do the deed, go outside, take it off, wrap it in a plastic bag, and you're off. Something like that. So maybe
Right.
that's what they mean by clad in black. But I still doubt that was her word. Maybe it was. If we see her on the stand, they say, "Did you say you saw a man clad in black?" And she says, "Yes, he was clad in black. He was clad in black." Then I'll believe it 100%.
Yeah, because it almost seems like they give her that word. They're older people, so and no offense to any older people in here, but older people may use that word. I just don't see. I could be wrong though. It's almost like
That's
the
the
thing
reason
that we
why.
read about that they claimed that they were Bryan's sister, and they said that the battery was flat on his phone, and then automatically knew that whoever wrote it is not from the United States because nobody in the United States says that their battery on their phone is flat. Okay, I hear background noise.
Yeah, sorry, I just carried some bottles and I'm very busy here.
Oh, okay.
All right.
Oh, see, I clad myself in black hoodie and leggings. That is so it's, I've never heard that. So what a baby, is that like a word that you use daily? Or is it just you're giving examples? Let's see. Scantily clad lady sounds like a scandalous 1940s newspaper headline. Sally Mae says she is old, but she doesn't use that word. Okay, not daily, just examples. Okay. I don't know. That's very interesting. I clad myself in a Colt 45. Okay, Tony, that's fine. I don't know. I've never heard it. Like I'm pretty sure I've heard the word, just not, I guess, used in a PCA for kids murder. It makes you sound intelligent. Okay, so DM's bedroom door was 25 feet away from Xana's door. I would bet anyone in here can hear someone whisper from 25 feet away, maybe not understand the words, but can hear it. I mean, my house is 48 foot from my bedroom to the other end of my house. And it's where my son's bedroom is. Completely on the opposite side of the house. Of course, you got the kitchen in the back and, all this and that laundry room and everything. And I can hear just about everything that goes on in my son's room. And that's further than what Draw is saying Dylan's bedroom door to Xana's room is. So, pretty sure she probably heard a lot more that they didn't put in that PCA. See, I'm new here. Where is she from? Sounds like Louisiana. Mariah, are you talking about me, honey? Because, yeah, I'm from Louisiana. Okay, not a common word even for an
Southern girl.
intelligent individual. I don't know. That's just, I wouldn't say a new word, Tonka, or even a common word, but it's an interesting word. See, it's haunting to think of the sound of poor Murphy barking echoing in that house, especially if he knew that something was wrong, which most dogs can sense that. And I wonder if, like, whatever was going on, whether it be in Maddie's house or even in Maddie's room or Xana's room, I wonder if Murphy was barking because he knew something bad was happening, and maybe that it kept Dylan from being able to hear exactly what's being said or going on.
That's a possibility.
I mean, because she said it sounded like Kaylee was playing with Murphy, so he could have very well been barking, and that could have hindered her hearing as far as what was going on. But I still think she heard a lot. Let's see. I'm gonna ask my daughter, what will you be cladding today? No way. If you ask your daughter that, I want to know her response. Like, I want to know the facial expression.
I can actually envision this like an old school comic. She asked what will she be clad in today, and there'll be a giant question mark right over her head.
Yeah, like what are you talking about?
Right? More like, huh?
Let's see. I mean, I could ask my child that, and she'd be like, "Are you okay? Like, why are you using this word?" See, did anyone let the dog out before noon? No, Max. They said that in the PCA, Brett Payne says that whenever he reviewed the other officer's body cam footage, that Murphy was in the room whenever he got there.
Max, you're right. That doesn't make any sense.
Let's see. They should bring Murphy into a room with Bryan and watch. That dog will react. Yeah, it'd be interesting to see.
Makes no sense. I mean, that would actually go along with the theory of, Kim and Dave, that there were a whole lot of students around there at 9:30 in the morning, 2.5 hours before the police were called. And there was a dog running around, and everyone walking in and out, people fainting everywhere. And, that's how bizarre it's all got, thanks to those two crazy callers.
The hair that they found, they didn't test it. They didn't even send it to a lab.
The dog hairs, they found the pet hairs or animal hairs.
Yeah, they thought that they had found animal hair in Bryan's apartment.
What was it, part of his duvet or something?
It was. They said that they found it underneath where his computer was at. No, it was. What was that? It was
a mouse pad on his mouse pad.
Let's see. I just asked my son if he ever heard of any of his friends use that word, and he was like, "No." I just sent a text to my daughter and was like, "Hey, I got a question," but she didn't answer me back yet. I want to know what she's going to be cladding tomorrow, and see what she says.
Yeah. Yes, if she's good, she'll be clad in a building or a house.
She's probably going to think that I'm crazy.
Unless you're wrapped in corrugated iron or some sort of plywood or something.
The answer will probably come back, huh? With about 3 question marks afterward.
And then she'll be texting her daddy talking about, is Mama okay? Like, why is she using this word? Hold on for just 1 second. I need to mute for just a second, y'all.
Uh-oh.
The other one besides that, if we want to go down that line, in Dylan's statement, is the way she said frozen in a panic state, or what was it? Frozen, what's the description, Ernest? What's the description? Frozen in a panic state or something.
Okay, I'm back. P-Fox says she'll text her she's up. I figured mine would still be awake, but she's not. P-Fox, let me know what she says.
How did they quote Dylan as saying she was in a fair frozen state? What was that? What was that quote?
Let me get it pulled back up here.
Frozen fair state.
Frozen.
Okay, here. Let me
Frozen,
pull it back.
frozen fair state.
I think it was a. Hold on.
Frozen
I want to.
shock face.
Yes,
Red
frozen.
Kill says frozen shock face. Who says that?
Okay, yes, right here. Let me zoom it in where y'all can see it.
If she said that, it's rehearsed, or it's rephrased, or she's been paraphrased or something.
Yeah, it says right here.
Me.
The male walked past them as she stood in a frozen shock phase.
So they're describing that there.
And they even quoted that. It's in quotes.
They quote it.
Yeah.
Oh, so what's the quote? What's the quote say?
Frozen shock phase.
Frozen shock phase.
Yeah, I don't think it'll let me. Oh yeah, it will let me highlight it. So right here.
Yeah, no, it just doesn't. That one doesn't sound right to me either.
I could see. Yeah, state of shock. Frozen in shock.
I think that sounds like a rehearsed thing to me. That's on instincts. It sounds rehearsed.
I'm with you on. I'm one.
You're breaking up, Ernest.
I said I'm with you on that one.
Oh, you're a good man.
Yeah, frozen state of shock. Something, but a frozen shock phase. Just it doesn't.
Rehearsed. Son agrees with me.
Yeah.
Lord, I mean, whoever wrote that is trying to make themselves more intelligent than what they are.
Was dramatized.
Or they're over or something.
It's a very dramatic event.
Okay, so frozen shock phase is someone who freezes or goes in traumatic shock, typically experiences a lot of confusion and self-loathing afterwards. But if this was a guy that she thought was a party person at the house, what did she see on this guy that was clad in black with a mask on? What did she see that made her become or get into a frozen shock phase? That it was so bad that she locks herself in the room but doesn't call 911 and waits 8 hours later to call, and then allegedly calls people before she calls the police.
It doesn't make any sense. Timeline doesn't make any sense.
No, I don't.
Maybe the timeline's all wrong. Maybe it went around at 9 o'clock in the morning. On the other sighting of a white Elantra.
Yeah,
There's plenty in town. Those ones in the middle of the night could have been another one of them. Unless they have number plates or a picture of him, we don't really know because FBI got the wrong year, so it's not really going to work for them.
See, 6'5" looks like a giant to a 5'5" girl. But Joe, do you think that Dylan was taller than 5'5"?
Dylan's like 5'10", and she's about the same height as Bryan. I saw it.
Yeah, she looks like she's
5'8", maybe.
Wait, I'm 5'7", and she looks like she would be taller than me.
Well, in the photo, she's like on the tallest of the girls.
Wait, let me run that back. Somebody's 6 foot tall and looks like a giant compared to a 5'5".
Yeah, they're saying 6'5" looks like a giant to a 5'5" girl.
Yeah, that doesn't make any sense.
Of course not. I mean, it's only a 1 foot difference. If anybody you're gonna look like a giant next to, try 7 feet.
I wish I still had that ticket that Bryan got, because I think that it had his height on it when he was stopped August the 21st, leaving from the girl's house, and he was stopped in Moscow, got the seatbelt ticket. I think it had his height and weight and all that on there, and that's on my other computer. I don't think he's 6'5". I want to say
no, it's nothing like that. The description, her quoted description is 5'10".
Ethan was
No,
Ethan was
if
very
she's around
tall.
that height, she'd know, wouldn't she? They would have been eye to eye. They would have been eyebrow to eyebrow.
Right. Or I don't think Dylan is probably as tall as Bryan, but probably close to it. She looks like she's. Thank you, P Fox. Uh, but I don't think she's too much shorter than Bryan. Ethan was really tall too.
Yeah, Ethan's a big boy.
Yeah,
Like
that's why I don't believe that she didn't hear anything. But if there was a struggle, and Mr. Gonzalez said that there was a hell of a fight on that second floor, and
Yeah.
you got two tall, big dudes going at it, there's gonna be some noise.
Yeah,
Okay.
well, yeah, for sure. Ethan was a unit. Like I give him 50-50. Bryan was a little K-bar, and Ethan, being a much bigger, more athletic, younger guy. Yeah, for sure.
So P Fox's daughter literally guessed what cladding is.
No.
And she
Guess
asked her,
what? On a
she asked
building
her,
or a house?
no, she asked her what was she going to be cladding tomorrow, and she told her, and
Ah.
P Fox was like, "Wait, what? You know what that means?" And she was like, "No, I just guessed."
Unbelievable.
Beautiful. Gives me hope in the youth of today.
Caroline, how are you? Yeah, I'm going back through my chat real quick just to see if there's anybody in here that I've missed.
BK is 6'2". I don't think he's 6'2". Is he
Trans, how are
6'2"?
you?
Is he 6'2"? Maybe he is. How tall is he?
I gotta find the ticket.
Dylan described him as described the assailant. I won't say him. I'll say assailant as
5'10" or
5'10".
taller, right here.
Yeah, or taller. Yeah. And that's where I thought she was, around 5'10".
Amethyst War said that he's tall, but she's not 5'5".
No, she's definitely not 5'5".
Yeah, she's taller, way taller than that.
Yeah, but P Fox, those guards, except for the hot one, and disclaimer, that's what my gay mate said, they're all still midgets. All those cops are midgets. Those ones up in Pennsylvania. Where was it? Pennsylvania?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, his height has been controversial since his arrest. 5'11" has been documented several times, so I'm going with that personally. That I don't think on that ticket. I don't think it said that he was 6 foot tall.
Well, I was saying 5'11". His attorney is 5'7". He was a lot taller. Oh, it's freaking night bot. Moves everything. Yeah. Yeah, maybe he's quite tall, I don't know. Because they described him as tall, and in the same article I've been reading, they said he was 5'10", and I'm like, or 6 foot or something. Even I read a few articles that said he's 6 foot, and I thought, that's not tall. Well, to me it's not tall, but is that tall for a male American? I don't know.
Okay,
White
if
male
you
American, is that tall?
my husband found a thing that's talking about Bryan Kohberger, and it is like his height and all that. So he's fixing to screenshot it and email it to me, and then I'm gonna pull it up. It says that he's 5'11".
5'11".
Yeah, let's see. Did you email it to me? You emailed it? Okay. All right. What? Okay, it's his biography. So let me get to my email.
Crane Hill gal. She says her son is 6'3".
Crane Hill gal.
So basically, so just comparing him to things I
Crane
see.
Hill gal.
Max.
Let's see. Is this?
Crane Hill gal says that her son is 6'3". She thinks Kohberger's at least 6 feet, just comparing him to things she sees and around her son.
Emesis Noah. Wow, nice name.
Okay. All right, so this is what it says. This is his biography. And down here on his physical stats, it says 180 centimeters, 5'11".
That's it.
5'11".
Yeah, green eyes, dark brown hair, unmarried. And then it has his parents, his sisters, talks about all the different schools that he went to and all that.
Unmarried but highly eligible. Willing to settle down.
Let's see. It even has his food habits. He's a vegan. It even has that on here. So it states on here 5'11". So
yeah.
And note this fact. He does not have any previous criminal record, but was once booked for not wearing a seatbelt.
yeah, he got a ticket. Well, he wasn't really booked, but he did get a ticket for it. I don't know if they would consider that being booked or not, but he got a ticket for it. Then actually, they said it was the first night that he ever went to the girl's house, August the 21st.
Michelle.
He left from there and got a ticket.
Michelle, I don't think he's wearing a bulletproof vest. I think he's wearing a turtle suit. And a turtle suit's the thing they put you in so you don't stab yourself in prison and you've got nothing to hang yourself with. That's just my angle on that.
Oh. I think I nicknamed that the I Love Me coat.
Hold on, y'all. I'm bookmarking this so I can keep it in case I need it. Okay. Let's see. 6'2", wearing 11 and a half, depending on the shoe. See, my brother is 6'3" as well. My husband, one wears a size 17 and the other a 13. Oh wow.
Not sure the shoe size means anything.
Let's see. Okay, tennis. Window, getting a hug. Where did Bryan's shoe size come from? I don't think they. Was it on that thing that I just showed? His shoe size? I wasn't even looking for that. Let me.
I don't think I saw that.
I honestly, I wasn't even looking for it, but I'm gonna go back to it real quick and just see if it has it on there.
Yeah, I hear you, son. He's got beautiful eyes. I hear you, son. I hear you there. I see you. I see you comment. Beautiful eyes, like a white pointer shark.
Yeah.
Yeah, it doesn't have a shoe size on here. And they never came out and said what size shoe the shoe print was outside of Dylan's room. And I don't think I've heard. Have they even said what size shoe he wears? Freya's saying size 13, but I don't remember if I've even seen. Wait, let me go back. Hold on.
Now that this whole shoe talk, everybody's giving out their shoe sizes. Amethyst Noir says her husband's 5'11" is 9.5.
Okay, let me see.
It doesn't matter. American shoe sizes mean nothing.
Wait,
European shoe sizes are big, like 45, 50.
Hold on, y'all. I'm going to the Pennsylvania website so I can pull up. Okay, I need search warrant. Because I know that there was some shoes that was taken. But let me see if they had the size on them. Okay, that was from the car. Hold on. Oh, good Lord, that's not going to be it. Search warrant. I know that there was several shoes that was taken. I know from his. I think they had some from his apartment in Washington, and I believe some from his parents' house.
You guys know Bamfield? You know that Bamfield? She put a special application in to have something measured of Bryan's, and I think it's totally inappropriate.
Wait, what was that now?
Banfield put an application in after a lot of sexting to Bryan to have something measured, and she wanted to report on it, and it's not right what she's asking for.
Okay, y'all. Sorry, I had to mute for just a second.
Uh,
Okay, so I don't see any shoe sizes on the ones from Pennsylvania. It does say 2 pair of dark colored boots and 1 pair of brown boots, but it doesn't give a shoe size. But maybe it was the one from. But I don't think they put. There wasn't any shoes listed on the inventory from Washington, was it? Oh, I need the one where they took what they took off of him. Let's see. Okay, so he had a pair of black and white size 13 Nike shoes. That's what he had on him when he was arrested. So he had the flashlight, the 4 medical style gloves, the Arizona Jean Company t-shirt, the Champion sweatshirt, pair of black and white size 13 Nike shoes, the Under Armour socks, Under Armour shorts, Under Armour boxers, and a buckle swab. Okay, all right. So they're saying he had on it was a pair of size 13s, but I don't think they've ever said what size that shoe print was that was in front of Dylan's door. Okay, let me get back in the chat then. Okay, so what was he wearing in PA? Okay, so Amethyst, it was when he was arrested in PA, he had on the Arizona t-shirt, Champion sweatshirt, the shorts, and the shoes.
Gloves.
I thought the shoe print was a 10. Trance, do you know where you've seen that at? I haven't seen where they have put it out what size.
Didn't they say he had gloves on when they got him?
He had 4. They didn't say if he had them on his hands, but he had 4 medical style gloves when they arrested him, which they in the warrant return they didn't say that's what he had on him, but whenever he was arrested, the DA from Pennsylvania said that whenever the cops went into the house, he was in the kitchen area with a pair of latex gloves on, putting his personal trash into individual Ziploc bags.
That's
See,
weird.
different brand shoes run different. Sally Mae, that is true, because my Nikes are 8s, but my boots are like, I think, an 8.5. And then I have other shoes that are 8.5. Could have been like
I can wear 3 different shoe sizes at work, depending on the socks I wear.
Yeah, that's how I am. It just depends on how the shoe is made. He's definitely fit, and he definitely has bushy eyebrows.
Dennis are not bushy, they're pronounced.
Amethyst, yes, there is a, hold on, I know there's another amethyst in here. I just gotta find them. Amethyst Noir. I want to make sure I'm pronouncing that correctly. And then there's an Amethyst Pisces. Just Amber, how are you?
Scarlett, I left your message in private.
Okay, let me grab that real quick. Okay, thank you so much for coming up and joining us tonight. And I hope you have a wonderful night.
You do the same. Good night, everybody.
All right, you too. Let's see, Lady Claymore, how are you? Amethyst Noir is my pseudonym, but I am an Aquarius. Okay, so as long as we have 2 amethysts in here, Amethyst Nor. I will just call you Amethyst, and then I will call the other one Amethyst Pisces. That way we won't get them mixed up whenever I'm answering comments. Let's see. Okay, so see, I think I asked Amethyst Pisces one time if she was from New Orleans because I remember there was an Amethyst in here from there. And she said no, it wasn't her. Right, I'm just making sure that I haven't missed anybody else in chat. If I have missed y'all, I do apologize, but thank you so much for coming and hanging out with us tonight. Handling of this case was shit. Ellie didn't interview anyone, not even BK himself. Apparently, though, Ann Taylor is wanting the interrogation of Brett Payne when he interrogated Bryan. But I've never seen her ask for any other, like, did they question him before he was arrested?
So
like when
when did that happen?
Yeah, like did they?
Because he lawyered up when he was over in Penny, and then he came back.
And well, before he even got back to Idaho, she was his attorney, so she would have been in there during the interrogation.
And his Payne flew over there. Had a crack at him over there.
That could have happened, but
So there's something funny going on there again.
Yeah, because she asked for she asked for specific. There was interviews, and she said that the one that she has not gotten back yet was the interrogation of Brett Payne. So he had to have questioned him somewhere.
So when she says interrogation, that could mean anything from him asking him a question in the corridor to sitting him down and giving him the hard word in an interview room.
Yeah, I mean, did he? Because I'm wondering if he was interviewed, just asking about like whenever they got his name and saying that he owned that type of car or whatever. I wonder if they interviewed him. But this thing here said interrogation, which I took as being after he was arrested. If he was in Idaho and was interrogated there, she was already his attorney before he got there. She should have been in the room with him, unless she wants the transcript of it, and they haven't sent that to her.
Ann Taylor, a couple of questions on the cuff are an interrogation. But so it could have been, but they could have written him hard.
All right, so I just dropped the chat, y'all. The link for the panel. If anybody wants to come up, you're more than welcome to. See, I fear the secret grand jury trial will sweep these bloody crumbs under the rug. We will never know the truth. It sinks. I'm still wondering about the secret grand jury thing out in Pennsylvania. I think there's more to that. Like, I don't understand why I call the parents in if he had a solid alibi. And then this whole other grand jury.
Secret grand juries are grand juries. So it's an eventual time period where what happened there can be released or can be searched and taken out and released, or how do they work?
The one in Idaho that they had, Ann Taylor has requested all of the information from it. I don't know if the judge will grant it, but there has been other cases where she has requested that in Kootenai County, and the judge in Kootenai County released everything for the grand jury to her. Now, this one is in Latah County, so I don't know what the judge is going to do with that.
Yeah, we're not worried about what Ann Taylor sees. What are we going to see? Nothing.
We ain't going to see shit until the trial.
Is that like a secret? Okay.
Yeah, we won't know as far as the public.
Under seal.
Yeah, as far as the public won't know anything until this goes to trial.
Okay.
Let's see. I would come up, but nobody would understand me. Lady Claymore, you're more than welcome to come up if you would like to.
Yeah, Lady Claymore, come up. Come on down.
Okay, Troll, thank you so much for being a member for 8 months. Okay. So, what if 911 was made by one of the deceased before they died? Someone speculated this in another chat, and I was like, oh my god, that is a horrifying thought that never occurred to me.
Well, if it was, they waited till 11:58 a.m.
Yeah, it happened. The call came in at 11:58, and if they were still alive at that time, by the time the cops got there, let's just say they got there at 12:30, 30 minutes later. And then the coroner didn't get there till 5 something. I think it was
4. It was 4.
Was it 4?
Yeah, I think Chief Fry was a bit later.
She would have been able to tell just by the different stages post-mortem if they were alive at 11:58.
I don't know if the coroner would. That coroner, I don't think she would. I think it would have been like no. She's got like 3 or 4 other jobs, and she's like none of them are like a medical examiner or a doctor or anything like that.
I think she's a registered nurse in a defense.
Oh, okay, yeah. Oh, maybe
yeah.
She'll be, but don't you need a pathologist or something like that to tell time of death and shit?
Yeah, that would be the medical examiner.
Okay, well, she's not that, but maybe she would. Maybe she'd know, but yeah, she'd probably have a fairly good idea whether they died at 11:58, calling 911, or they died at 4 in the morning.
Right, Riddler, can you hear us?
Pretty easy to tell that.
Yeah, I hear you fine.
Okay, how are you?
I'm doing well. And thank you for having me. You have an awesome channel.
Well, thank you. Thank you for joining us.
The one part I'm puzzled over is Dylan Mortensen. And
yes.
Okay, she sees the suspect, and I'm reading right off the Daily Mail from Idaho. She sees the suspect. Of course, she's unaware of what took place. But she tells the cops that she heard Kaylee Gonzalez say, or however you say it, Kaylee Gonzalez.
Gonzalez.
Anyway, right. I'll just say Kaylee.
Okay.
Say there's someone here. She also told police she heard crying from the victim Xana Kernoodle's bedroom,
mm-hmm.
and she heard a male saying, "It's okay, I'm here to help you."
Right, and that's what they have in the PCA.
Right, and from that point, she goes back into her room, locks the door, and nobody is notified until 11:58 a.m.
Okay, let me find it on the PCA here, because
I know she called friends over, but I don't know what time they came over, how long they stayed. But finally, there was a 911 call. If these people are truly your friend, you're going to call 911 that night, right at that point.
Yeah, if I see a guy walking through my house clad in black with a mask on, and I have no idea who he is, and it's to the point that it scares me, and I have to lock myself in my room, I'm calling 911. Then I'm calling to check on my friends to see if they're okay. If I don't get an answer, I'm calling 911 back and telling them I can't get in touch with my friends that are in the house. I don't think I will ever understand the whole 8-hour time gap there.
And the defense is going to love this part.
Yeah, I think they're going to, if they get on the stand, Dylan or Bethany, I think they're going to eat them up.
Oh, they'll have to get on the stand if they get subpoenaed. Now, they can get up there and maybe plead the fifth. But, the defense is going to call them.
Yeah.
100%. They have to.
Right. I mean, they're trying to get them before this grand jury. They're trying to get Bethany, and that didn't work out. But they'll get her in during the trial. Right.
And I'm wondering if that might have had a lot to do with the PC or the grand jury, was that they were wanting to interview Bethany. They quashed the subpoena. She agreed to have an interview with Bryan Kohberger's attorney, Ann Taylor, so she wouldn't have to testify at the prelim. But because there was a grand jury, I wonder if it took that whole interview off the table, because she wouldn't have had to have testified at the prelim, possibly the grand jury, but not the prelim.
Yeah, the grand jury cut her out of the whole equation.
I think that's what possibly happened.
This
If
is the
she'd been
most
interviewed, we'd know something.
this is the most bizarre case I've seen in a long time. I mean, here's the prosecution. They're having to bring extra lawyers in because they're weak on prosecuting homicides. When's the last time they did a homicide? 3 or 4 years ago?
2015,
Wow.
I believe it was.
So about 8 years ago. They're lacking experience.
And it wasn't a homicide, I believe, was 2015, and it wasn't for students. It was, I believe, just one victim. Now they've had other deaths at the university or in town or whatever, but it's, I think I think hers was an accidental overdose, I believe, and then the other one, they said that the boy drowned in a creek, so it wasn't considered a homicide like this one.
Now, in my state, if you have a public defender and all of a sudden you do not care for this public defender, you could tell the judge, I want to fire my public defender. I want the court to appoint me another attorney. Mm-hmm. And there's these other attorneys that are, they're kind of like, they're private attorneys, but yet the public defender's office will contract them out to come in and defend you. But I've never heard that you could have both of them at the same time, a public defender and a private attorney at the same time. Now, maybe you can in Idaho. I know you can't do it here in Florida.
Yeah, I've never heard of that. And that could be a thing that Ann Taylor, I'm pretty sure Ann Taylor had a hand in this, bringing Miss Mathis onto the case.
Oh, I'm sure. Yeah, she looks pretty sharp. I'm worried about the prosecution. The state attorney, or district attorney, I guess is what you call it in Idaho, he doesn't impress me.
Yeah, there was a lot in the beginning of the case. He would say something, the chief of police would say something, and then one of the two would have to backtrack because it would be different. They were never on the same page with anything, just like the threat. One said there was a threat, one said that there wasn't. Like, it seems like if you're working a case together, you would be on the same page with everything that's going on.
And the other part that I can't interpret is when the father said he didn't have to go upstairs.
He did. Yeah, I remember that. He didn't have to go upstairs for whatever reason he did, but he didn't have to.
So what did he mean by that?
He's reading. I think that's him reading into it. It seems the wounds. It seems that from what we're getting now lately is the worst stuff happened on the second floor.
Yeah, I've heard a lot of different things.
The wife and all that.
I've heard a lot of different things that happened to Ethan compared to the girls, but I don't know if any of it's true or not because we haven't seen an autopsy report or anything like that to know if any of those rumors were true.
So Steve's assuming that the attack took place on the second floor and the slider floor, what do you guys call it? The slider door.
Yeah.
First, and then he did done whatever he wanted to do, and then he didn't have to go upstairs. Well, maybe he went upstairs first and then came downstairs, and that's the way I see things happen. But
that's what I always thought too, that he went up on the third floor first and then came down, and what happened on the second floor happened.
How do they got them listed in order of their decease?
They haven't listed it officially in an order, but it has been said that it was Kaylee and Maddie was first, but they never put them two in an order. And then they said Ethan and then Xana. But if you read the PCA and it says that when Brett Payne goes up the steps to the second floor and he starts towards down the hallway towards Xana's room, he says that he sees a body on the floor, which they later identified as Xana, and then also noticed in the room was Ethan. So I'm wondering if he attacked Xana in the door and she was third, or and then Ethan, he realized Ethan was in the room and then he attacked him, or if he attacked Ethan third and then Xana was fighting him and she just happened to end up at the door, or in the view of, if you look through the door in her room you can see her.
It seems highly unlikely they had a battle to the death on the second floor, as Steve describes, a battle to the death on the second floor, and then he went upstairs after that.
Yeah, I always wondered what he meant by that.
To me, it sounds, so is that what Steve thinks? He thinks that the guy came in, butchered these people on the second floor, went upstairs and had a crack up there as well, then walked out and saw another girl and walked straight past her.
So why did he?
The whole thing,
Why did he? Unless he just didn't see Dylan. I mean, it all depends on if her room light was on, how far did she have the door open? Because if he just cracked the door and look out of it, he might not have seen her.
Maybe she was clad in reflective material.
And if you crack the bedroom door and her bedroom light was on, he's going to notice it, I think. But I don't know. Maybe he had tunnel vision trying to get out of the house because maybe he wasn't there for 4 people and it just ended up happening that way. I don't know, because a lot of people's question, why did he let Dylan live if she saw him?
Dylan is the luckiest lady in the world.
Yeah, for a guy that just murdered 4 kids.
What you're saying is true, for sure.
Yeah,
because all these other big time SKs, that would have never happened.
No, they wouldn't have left a witness.
No way.
And so yeah, she's very lucky that for whatever reason, I mean, God had his hand on her that night or that morning, that either he just didn't see her, he was to give out in a hurry to get out, or whatever it was, he let her live. And it's even Bethany, she was down on the first floor in her room. I mean, he could have very easily went down and checked that first floor to see if anybody was down there, and he didn't do that either.
Well, once again, we don't know how dark it was and
if it was
how excited he was.
True.
His
if
adrenaline.
It wasn't Bryan, the whole thing goes out of thing. Of course.
Do what now? Say that again, Tony.
If it wasn't Bryan, or if it wasn't one killer, then everything we're sort of assuming is out the window.
True.
It was.
That is true.
But I don't want to go down those theories. That's Kim and Dave's territory. But if there was more than one, but early on I sort of thought maybe the guy was just a driver. He's got a fascination for these things. He studied it. He sort of worked his way towards that. Some sort of things come up, and he's like, I'll drive and observe the ringleader or a patsy for a ringleader.
Now, if I was a jurist, definitely I want that house to stay intact, because one of the things I would want to do is stand right where Dylan stood. And I want it to be the same darkness and the same light that she had that night or that morning, 4 a.m. Can she see across the room and tell if that door was kicked in, open, shut, whatever? That's what I want to look at, that part right there. Mm-hmm. And also, we always talked about the sound. And of course, it's going to be different with the house empty and plywood up.
Yeah. King Scarlet, can you hear us? Okay. Let me see if she can. Can you hear us now, King Scarlet? Okay, she must be having problems again. All right, King Scarlet, I'm gonna drop the link for you again. Anybody else wants to come up, y'all are more than welcome to. Let's see. Also, the hallway in front of Xana's room. Yeah, just standing in Dylan's doorway, like Riddler is saying, and just seeing what she can see, and want to know how far she had her door open, because that makes a lot of difference if you've got it completely open or if you just got it cracked open. The very first press conference, Fry said we believe that there was other people in the house that night.
Now, I want to ask you another question real quick.
Okay.
Let's go back to Pennsylvania, where this lady was deceased. I'm trying to talk politically correct here.
Okay.
Doing good, mate. Good
Let,
job.
let me understand it. She goes outside her house to smoke a cigarette and to set the trash out. Am I correct?
That's what I heard, yes. But I did hear that I believe it was her friend said that, or her neighbor one, only said that she only smokes when she's nervous.
Right.
Or nervous or anxious, I believe is the two words that she used.
She's probably nervous all day, though.
And well, they did say
saying,
there was a festival
What,
that
that's
their little
bizarre.
town had that day, and her 7-year-old daughter and her daughter's dad, who they're no longer together, but the three of them went to that festival that day, and then that night she leaves from the friends, goes to her mom's house, and for whatever reason walks outside, and her mom didn't even
And
know
she's
she came home that
nervous.
night.
She walked outside, she was nervous, so she had a cigarette and
Yeah.
disappeared.
She went to set the trash out as well, right?
Yeah, I did hear that as well.
Okay, so she sets the trash out, and from that point on, she's either snatched or got in the car with someone. She just disappears from that point on.
Yeah. And her mom didn't know she came home that night. Next day, the mom texts the sister, asks if she's talked to her. She said no. Sister has said that it's not. Charles, thank you for gifting that membership. The sister said that it's not unlike her because she's done that before, not come home at night. But later on, they found out that all of her stuff was in her room. Her purse, cell phone, car keys, everything was in her room. So the mom didn't even know that she had even come in the house. So it's not like she intentionally left because she didn't have her phone or her medicine or anything like that with her.
That's a good one. It's very mysterious, extremely mysterious.
All right, let's see if we can get King Scarlet up here. All right, King Scarlet, can you hear us now? She's still having problems. Let's see, how many outside requests for investigation are necessary before Ellie is required to take action? In Tonka, it should just be one, honestly. Let's see, there was 3 or 4 days between her disappearance before she was last seen, I think it was May the 28th, and she wasn't reported missing until June something. I'll have to go back in my other notebook and look. It was sometime in June.
Now, let me ask you one more question about BK here.
Okay.
Was on the search warrant, did they find a flashlight?
Mm-hmm.
Was it
when he was arrested, there was a flashlight on his person.
Okay, was it of course we may not know, but I'll ask in case someone does know. Was it a black light, a red light, or a white light?
Let's see. Hold on. Where do I need to go? Let me go back to the Pennsylvania website. Give me just 1 second, and I can pull it up. I think it said it was. Is it a Defiant? flashlight, I think is what it said. Hold on, let's see. Let me make sure I got the right one. All right. Okay, so number 1 says 1 Defiant silver flashlight. That's all it says.
Okay, so we don't know anything else, if it was an LED or if it was what color the light bulbs.
And I don't know. I mean, I can look. I guess Defiant is the name of the flashlight or the brand. Let's see. Let's see if they what they sell. I would assume. I'm just gonna look on Amazon. I would assume he got it from there. Let's see. I see a lot of LED Defiant. There's a 1200 lumen LED flashlight.
Riddler.
Yes, sir.
What was the first you came out? What's like came on hard with three issues. What was the first one? Do you remember?
I'm sorry, I didn't understand the question. Say it again.
Oh, you started up. You like 3 sort of issues you came in with. What was the first one?
When I first came, you talk about. No, are you talking about when I first came on? What were the questions I asked?
Yeah.
About Dylan?
Yes, sir.
Okay, sure. She saw the suspect. He was wearing a mask and dressed in black. And she told the cops she heard of Kaylee say that there's someone here.
Okay, right. So interrupt. Sorry. So
that's okay.
Where do you get the thing that she heard Kaylee? Because I read, I thought I saw on the PCA she heard a voice say Kaylee.
It's on the
voice say that, not Kaylee.
I'm reading from the Daily Mail, which is
your Daily
Mail
Mail's
for
not
Idaho.
Reliable. No, that's not reliable, bro. Honestly, I don't want to be critical of you.
Oh, okay. If it's not reliable,
we need to go to the PCA for that.
Okay, hold on. I'm looking to
sure it says
find it.
That Dylan heard a voice or heard someone say, or a voice or someone say, there's someone here. I think there's someone here or something like that.
Hold on, it's right here.
And I read it as she couldn't discriminate whether it was one of the 3 girls who said that.
Okay.
But you're saying that there's Katie, but you're not saying that. The Daily Mirror is saying that. So.
Okay, so in the PCA, the PCA says a short time later, DM says she heard who she thought was Gonzalez say something to the effect of there's someone here.
Thank you. Yep. Okay. So what was your other thing then, bro? Yep. You got me there. I was just like, wasn't 100% sure.
Well, that's why we're here to find out what's 100%.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah.
The other part she said, according to the Daily Mail, is she heard a male voice saying, "It's okay, I'm going to help you."
Yep, right here. DM then says she heard a male voice say something to the effect of, "It's okay, I'm going to help you."
That's as creepy as, and she would probably know if that was Ethan. So, yeah. Okay. What was the next bit, buddy? What was the next bit?
Let's see. That might have been it on that as far as that goes.
Okay.
With Dylan, I'm just saying. And then she goes back into her room, locks herself into the room. I guess her next big step is to call someone over there. I forgot what time that was, but a 911 call does not go in until 11:58. Might as well say noon. 11:58 a.m. Their time.
Yeah, there's something funny about that call too, because they don't want to release it. They don't want to comment on it. They don't want to answer questions on it.
Right. And I would love to hear that 911 call.
Oh, that would be epic just to hear the call.
They won't say. I think they said whose phone it was from, didn't they?
They said one of the surviving roommates' cell phones.
So one of the 2, but they didn't say who spoke to them.
Well, a
Um,
source did come out and say that it was Ethan's best friend that came over there, found the
Hunter.
bodies, and
Or-
then told Dylan to call 911, and the call was made from her phone. But that is coming from a source, so we don't know if it's true or not.
Yeah, exactly. And I assume most sources in this case are paid for or attention seekers.
Right. So we can only take the sources with a grain of salt. I'm not saying that they're wrong at all, but we don't know if what these sources are saying are the absolute truth. And like it's been said, it would seem like that as much as Ethan was around Xana and around Dylan and Kaylee and Maddie and Bethany, that if Dylan heard a male's voice say that, she would say, yeah, I also heard Ethan say, it's okay, I'm going to help you. But it doesn't say that in the PCA. It just said what sounded like a male's voice saying, it's okay, I'm going to help you.
Yeah.
That leads me to
Yeah.
believe that it's whoever is there doing the murders. Now,
Yeah.
comes
Yeah.
back
No,
to the whole
thank
thing
you,
that I was
Riddler.
talking about.
I missed that bit about Gonzalez. Yeah.
So it comes back to the thing that, hey, Truthful Soul, how are you? That Nancy Grace brought up. Is Bryan trying to stay as quiet as possible and only talk when he has to? And the only reason why he did in that arraignment is because he was addressing what the judge was asking him. So he had to speak at that point. But other than that, he's not speaking to keep his voice to a minimum to where Dylan possibly can't identify it.
Yeah. And so he should, though. I mean, if he talks too much, the next thing you know, we'll all identify him as the killer.
Right. Truthful Soul, thank you so much for becoming a member. Welcome to the family. And Lady Claymore, can you hear us okay?
Yeah, I can hear you.
How are you?
Yeah, I'm good, thanks. Yourself?
Yes, I'm doing good.
Did you struggle to understand me then?
No, I can understand you okay.
Oh, brilliant, brilliant. Well, hi
Where
everyone.
are you from?
Central Scotland,
Oh, cool.
and it is 8:15 in the morning.
It is 2:14 here. What time is it your time?
8:14 a.m.
Okay, so you're only 6 hours ahead of me.
Yeah, but I've slept. You guys have still to do that.
We never sleep here.
Oh, that's good. It works better on my time. There's never anyone live when I come on, so that's always a good thing.
Well, we're happy to have you.
Yeah, I'm happy to be here. Carry on, carry on.
Lady Claymore, how far are you from Edinburgh?
I am about 25 miles from Edinburgh and about 25 miles from Glasgow. I am right in the middle.
So that's where Roslyn Cathedral is, isn't it? In that area?
Yeah,
Edinburgh?
yeah.
Oh, I've always wanted to go there and visit that cathedral.
Oh, we have a lot of stuff, kind of oldie worldy stuff here.
Beautiful country and beautiful people.
Yeah, we like to think so. We kind of pride ourselves on it. You know, we're a very friendly place and don't understand other places that aren't so friendly.
Aye, a bonny lass. Aye, a bonny lass.
You're a bonny wee lassie. A bonny wee lassie.
Aye, Anissy. Aye, Anissy.
Cue all the Scottish accents.
That is so
bless
cool. I
everyone.
don't think we've had anyone from Scotland in here.
Oh well, there's a first time from everything. I've watched you a lot actually. I'm sure I used to be a member. I just health kind of, and all the stuff that was going on, all the rumor mill was driving me crazy. I just want the facts. I don't care for all the rumors.
Right.
Yeah,
You know.
fine.
And it was just winding me up. Everyone just seemed to be jumping on the rumour mill. And it was like, no, I've no patience for that.
Yeah, there's a lot of that going on, which is sad, honestly.
It is. It's really sad. You know, a lot of people are anything for a story, and I just can't be doing with that.
Right. That's all we do here is we put out the facts, and that is it. We speculate, we give our opinions, but all that rumor stuff, Yeah, we
Yeah.
don't.
Yeah,
I don't like doing
exactly.
all that. It's there's enough rumors going around and people disrespecting these victims and their families and all
I
that.
agree. I
All the
agree
people have
very
been
much.
disrespected, like Emma, released today, no charges.
Yeah, and
And look
even
what
though
people accusing her of being a party to a mass murder.
Wow.
yeah,
Get a
it's
few clicks, you know.
yeah. Truthful soul, I'm doing good, thank you. Hard to get the facts because of the gag order. Michelle, that is true. But
Yeah, exactly. But you don't
you
make up what you don't know in the
yeah,
meantime.
there's a lot of there's a there's a lot of people on YouTube who like to just it's almost literally like they wake up in the morning and they're like, okay, what am I gonna tell a lie about today on YouTube so I can get clicks, views, and money? That's what it almost seems like.
Well, the market is 100%.
But like I said 1,000 times, are they that hard up for money that they got to be disrespectful to the victims and the families?
Perhaps they are. Perhaps they
Yeah.
are.
And
Maybe
that's
they are.
sad.
Maybe things are tight. You know, they need to get those
Yeah, but
3K
come
views a
on.
day or whatever.
Turntables, if that was to happen to one of their loved ones, God forbid, then how high would they be shouting from if someone was to do what they are doing?
They wouldn't like it.
No,
Well, it's like
exactly. Don't hand out what you don't want back.
Scarlett, do you remember a song, Kick 'em when they're up, kick 'em when they're down? It was
I
kick
from
'em
the
don't.
in
guy
the end, kick 'em all around.
right, that comes from the Eagle, the guy from the Eagles band. I forgot his name. He wrote, somebody on the chat will help us, but he wrote that song about the press.
Only
That's
thing I know that the Eagles song wasn't at
Really
Hotel
feel.
California.
that was one of their big hits.
That's the only one
I,
from the
I
Eagles I
like
know.
that album. I did like that album, but I couldn't even tell you what it is now.
Well, I'll send you the song.
Okay, yeah, just email it to me because if
I
it ain't
will.
Hotel California by the Eagles, I don't know nothing else about it.
Who are all these people?
Do what?
Excuse me, I have a cough.
Who are
So
all these people? Oh,
No,
you're
lady.
Scarlett.
Yeah,
I'm sure. I'm sure Riddler was talking to Lady Singh, and you were answering Scarlett.
No, Riddler, didn't you address me?
Yes, I addressed you, and the guy's name is
Okay.
Don Henley.
Oh,
Okay.
Don
Thank
Henley.
you,
Yeah,
Marissa.
sorry.
It's called Dirty Laundry. That's the name of the song. That's about the press.
Okay. I've heard of Don Henley. Never heard the song though, but I'm gonna write it down so I can look it up.
I'm like that. I don't know the names of songs, but give me the tune and I'll know it.
Yep, that's how I am. They say dirty laundry, y'all, and I go straight to brown laundry.
Yeah, me as well. That's where my mind went. Bryan Laundry.
Could you imagine if all of our laptops get confiscated and they go in there and says, "Why are you researching all this about knives and guns?" And
Oh,
dude,
God.
I'm just a true crime YouTuber.
yeah,
Yeah.
I'm dumber than the day is long, and I need help.
Yeah, it just yeah.
It makes
Some
us
of
all
the stuff that we
suspect.
have to Google it's crazy just to find information on some of these cases.
Yeah. There's a few of us are together in a Discord, and we have sat in voice chat. Freya in the chat is one of them. We have sat there like in voice chat, going from this to that 24 hours a day, you know, in this case. And so you can only imagine what we've searched.
Yeah,
And
White Widow Baby's talking about her search history, and I'm just thinking, search history, our emails, our DMs between us, it's just the stuff that's been said.
well, thankfully, most of mine has been in voice, so it's not written anywhere. But yeah, I
It
get that.
can. Them search engines, our search histories can get quite interesting when you go to looking up stuff that has to do with true crime.
Yes. And the thing is that being in Scotland, I don't get access to a lot of the American papers. You know, a lot of the stuff that's released, we don't get access to.
Mhm.
So I would have to get someone to send me it and things like that. So yeah, it's all there. But you know, if you were to just look at my search history, because I know I can't get any of that, there's no
Mhm.
trace of me looking up a case, just all these random things.
Yeah, I mean, if they just the YouTube true crime community, I can
Yeah,
just imagine what is on their search history.
yeah. They just need to look at my YouTube and then I'll be fine.
Right. See, I don't know if people are lying or not, but I do know when information is third party, it is hearsay plus one. Brad, I mean, yeah, you kind of have to take what's being put out there because of the gag order, the grain of salt, honestly.
Another thing that did stand out to me is I remember looking back all the call logs, the calls into 911. And I am sure that this call was listed at 11:56.
I said the same thing. And
Yeah,
everybody was like, "No, it was 11:58." But
it went
I
out to the
know
public at 11:58, but it was in the call log as 11:56.
I said that before, and somebody was like, "Well, what does 2 minutes matter? That's 2 minutes. It may not mean a whole lot, but I knew I had seen it at eleven
Yeah,
fifty six. Yes,
yeah,
I've said that before,
yeah, I
and
definitely saw it, and it always confused me.
they all of a sudden came out talking about it was 11:58, and I want to say that one of the press releases that they put out, because used to they would do like the daily press release, and I
Yeah,
want to say that one of those, or maybe a two or three of them had about the call being at 11:56, and now all of those say 11:58.
yeah, yeah, and 2 minutes is 2 minutes. You can do a lot in 2 minutes,
Yeah,
you
and I don't
know.
know if it really came in at 11:56 and they got there. Maybe it took them longer to get there, so they bumped it up 2 minutes to make it look better, or if the 11:56 thing was like a typo,
Yeah, yeah.
or what. But thank you for bringing it up because I knew I had seen 11:56.
Yeah, yeah, it definitely was there in the call logs as 11:56 because I would go on every day, and the first thing that I would do,
Hmm.
because I could get access to that, I would go and look at all the call logs. You know, I think I annoyed everyone laughing at it, but yeah,
I did the same thing. As soon as I would wake up, I would always go to the Moscow website just
yeah,
because that was like the first place I would go because I wanted to see if they had caught anybody yet.
yeah,
And they would put out the press releases, and then I would look at the police daily activity log, and I had a routine
yeah,
that
yeah,
I would do,
exactly.
and
That
that
was in
was
my morning routine. Yeah,
yep. Every morning, that's what I did. Well, I usually wake up after 12, so that was my afternoon routine when I would wake
yeah,
up.
yeah. Oh, well, I would probably get the day before's, you know, with my time being different, but,
Hmm.
you know,
And see, now you can't even go back that far. As far back as you can go is what I'm seeing is December the 3rd.
wow. There was a lot missing before that. That was,
They took a lot out.
yeah, yeah. So I
That
would
is
have
true.
liked to have seen all that.
Yep. Because I was gonna go back and see if that was still on there, but I can't. I can't go back to it now. It goes
I
just to
do
December
wonder,
the 3rd.
I do wonder if we have screenshots somewhere. I know Freya was just saying in chat that we have it somewhere.
Mm,
We have messages with everything in it, so I'll have a look.
I'm pretty sure I have a screenshot of it. It's gonna be on one of two of my other computers that I used, and I think the first one that I was using was I think I redid it, reformatted it.
Right.
So it may
Ours
not be
is
on that one.
ours is just there in a Discord message, I believe. So it's just a lot of searching because there was a lot of stuff went in there.
I mean, it's just like that, the time with that, and then they come out with 2011 to 2013 Hyundai Elantra, and then they don't even put it in writing and say, oh, we've made a mistake. It's we're looking between 2011 and 2016. They just come out and just move those years
Yeah,
regarding the
yeah,
car, like it's been up to 2016 the whole time.
Like they've not been on the ball from the beginning, I feel. I remember Chief Fry giving his first press conference, and he was like, I do know that this should have happened before now, but this is where we're at, kind of thing. And I thought, no, that should have been out there straight away. Anywhere else, that would have been out there straight away, even over
Right.
here.
Right. I mean, I
Yeah.
The
get
whole,
that
the whole
they're,
car thing's dodgy.
yeah,
The whole car thing's dodgy.
Yeah.
and I get that they're
Unless there's number plates or photographs with his face on them, the whole car thing's dodgy. They call
Yeah,
the FBI guy to the stand. He identifies the wrong car. Did you identify the wrong car? Yes, I did. It's dodgy.
yeah. And I get that they're a small town and their department is small and they don't have the experience with homicides, especially one crime scene with 4 victims.
Yeah.
But when you have something like that and you don't have a lot of experience in it, the very first thing that you do is you call someone in with a higher authority in a bigger department to help you, instead of being all egotistical about it and coming out and saying, I'm just letting everybody know that Moscow PD is still over this case. Like, just take the help and be grateful for it and work along with them. It doesn't matter who's lead on it or anything else.
Yeah, exactly. As long as the crime gets solved, who cares? Who deals with it, as long as they're able to deal with it. They're trained to deal with it and doing it right.
I mean, if you got to call in help because you don't have the experience, call in the help
exactly.
and learn with them or learn from them. You know what I'm saying? And
I live in a small town, and I know it's a completely different country, but I know that if something like that was to happen, it would be out there. Everyone would know straight away.
Right.
Straight away.
See, we lost Riddler, so I'm gonna put the link out in case he wants to come back up.
Please ignore me sniffing and coughing. I have a bit of a cold just now.
No, you're fine. I have to keep mute because I have to keep sneezing. So
I just don't know where the mute is. I just keep pulling my headphones away.
No, you're completely fine. Let's see. I thought the FBI was called in. Betty Joe, they probably were called in 2 days later, but they should have been called in the very beginning, I think, or at least the Idaho State Police. I think they should have been called in like as soon as they got that call that there was 4 students dead in that house. They should have called someone because they should have known right there that they don't have the experience, and it wouldn't have been no shame in it. If you don't have the experience, then you don't have the experience. The last last homicide was in 2015.
I would give you more respect for standing there saying that you don't have the experience to deal with this and you need help.
Right. Instead of trying to go at it by yourself and
it's crazy. And then them 4 cowboy-looking guys that went in at the end.
Did they ever say who those cowboy-looking dudes were?
No, we still don't know.
Because I know that
they were. I know who they were.
Who were they?
Were Walker, Texas Ranger, and Steven Seagal, and his 2 body doubles.
I know that they were in a van from Washington, which was more than likely a rental car, and they could have flew in from wherever to Washington, because that's where they flew Bryan in, was the Pullman when they brought him back from Pennsylvania. So they could have flew in from anywhere and into Pullman, got a rental car, and I remember that and Freya, they might have been U.S. Marshals. I just remember the one dude, when they all came out of the house, they kept their heads down, really didn't want their face shown. But the one dude could not get the door all the way open on the van, and he basically had to squeeze his big body through the little crack in the door.
You could see him just hoping to make himself small enough to get in there.
Yes, he was struggling to get in the van, but he was trying his best to get in there without his face being shown.
Oh, that would be me. Out of everyone, that would be me. I would be the idiot that couldn't get the door open.
See, that's what our text. Amazing tip. That's really what they look like. The whole cowboy hats, and they literally look
Yeah,
like the Texas Rangers.
they really did. If ever I was to imagine that in my mind, that's how they would look.
Yep. So I don't know. They could have been marshals, so they could have had the U.S. Marshals out there, kind of looking over the crime scene and going over the whole case and all that.
Yeah.
Let's see. They look U.S. Marshals dressed in regular clothes, and Betty Joe. That's more than likely what they were.
But I just don't get how they can go in and look over the crime scene like this, hoping to find something when the police and everyone have been in and took a lot of the belongings out and given them back to the families. That bit
Because
I
they
will never
wanted to go in
understand.
there. They wanted to go in there and actually scope out the place and actually walk through physically. And that's exactly the same thing the jury should have the right to do.
Oh, yeah, I fully agree with that. I don't think that the house should be pulled down just now. I
The
feel
guys
like,
probably came in late on the case, but they were like, "Oh, you were looking at all these photographs and stuff. Let's just go around and have a look at the place." And
I
that's
do,
that's a picture's 1,000 words. Going somewhere is probably 1,000,000 words.
yeah, I guess that, because then, I mean, you can see all the 3D images of it all and do the walkthrough on the 3D thing. But to place yourself in the scene and then do the 3D thing, you've got more of an idea.
Yeah, absolutely.
Okay, Jen, I was typing a second part to that comment. So if it's saying, and let me find the comment real quick. So Jen says they said at 11. They say at 11:58 a.m. MPD officers responded. Doesn't say anything about when the 911 call was received. In my profession, those specific words matter. So I answered back on the daily call log on the Moscow website. They had it as the call came in 11:56. But if it's saying that they responded at 11:58, then that makes sense. So they were responding 2 minutes later.
11:58, 11:56. It's still like how many hours? 8 hours after the alleged crime.
Yes,
It is 8 hours, but do you know what? I don't know if I'm going against everyone here, but my 3 kids are now in their 20s, one in their 30s actually, and I have seen them going through like stages of being, so drunk. I mean, I remember one of my sons, he smokes. He actually fell asleep with his cigarette melted into the tracksuit bottoms that he was wearing. And, I had went and seen him the next morning. I woke him up. I was like, how could you fall asleep like that? And how could you not wake up? And I get that it's the age and the drink, I just think...
It could have burnt off his bollocks.
Yeah, it could have burnt off a lot more than his bollocks. It could have burnt off, the whole place. And it was like... I just have experienced my kids growing up through that age and know, 1, they like their sleep, 2, they like their drink. Mix the 2 of them, you could set off whatever in that house and it wouldn't kind of disturb them. And if there's a lot of people in and out, they shut down to that noise. Like now that the kids have all left, I could hear a pin drop. When the kids all lived here, I could shut them all out. I could switch off their sound. And if you're in a house where people are coming and going, you're going to learn to switch off sound.
Right.
And just write things off. I was always a scaredy cat, and living in a house on my own, any noise would freak me out. I would be like, oh my God, what's that? What's that? So then I got a cat. And in my mind, any noise that happened, I could blame that on the cat. Do you understand what I'm saying?
And it makes you feel a little bit more at ease because you can just blame the cat.
Yeah, exactly. So if Dylan was to see someone like Bryan Kohberger, a stranger in the house, in her mind, she could get a fright seeing him visually, but then in her mind write it off as, you know what, that could just be one of the regulars that I don't know yet or something,
Absolutely.
Right.
Yeah.
Riddler,
It's
can
all
you hear us
possible.
okay now?
Yeah, everybody fine. I lost power, but I'm back on.
Okay. All right.
Welcome back.
Bring back the facts, big boy.
Let's see. Maybe the first 2 minutes of the call were cut out. I don't know, Tonka. If that's what happened or what. Just that 2 minutes, and I know it's 2 minutes, and it may not be a big deal to some people, but those 2 minutes have bothered me. Like,
But
why would
then,
they say one time and then turn around and say a different time?
just with someone saying there about the first 2 minutes of the call were cut out, remember them saying they spoke to a few people at the scene. So maybe they've spoke to one person who is too much in shock and squealing. So they've passed to someone else who's still burbling and not making any sense. And so they've passed to someone else, and so they've established kind of the scene through talking to numerous people. So maybe that's where the 2 minutes went.
As a transcriber, people don't understand how much can be said in just in 30 seconds.
Yeah.
And as a transcriber, a lot. I know from my experience as transcribing different, whether it's medical, insurance claims, legal stuff, a lot can be said in 30 seconds. Just think of how much can be said in 2 minutes.
Yeah.
People don't realize how much can be said in just that short amount of time.
Exactly. Until it comes to you having to type it, then you don't realize,
And Autumn Renee says, very true. I did medical transcription like pages worth. Yeah, especially just talking normal, like we are a normal speed, and you have your transcription equipment set on a normal speed. A lot can be said in 2 minutes, like hundreds and hundreds of words. Let's see. You can get a notion, setting a timer and setting 2 minutes. Feel how long it. Yeah. It's a lot. It's literally for every minute of audio that you transcribe, it usually takes you, depending on your typing speed, 3 to 5 minutes to transcribe it out.
Wow.
That's how much can be said in just those few minutes.
That's bad.
And that's with clear audio. Now, if you get some audio that's all like foreign doctors and with a really thick accent, it can take longer. Gigi, have a good night, honey.
Scarlett, the smartest thing that happened in this case was the town or the sheriff's department of Moscow brought in the FBI.
Mm-hmm.
Because they still be piddling. They don't have the materials to do the crime scenes without the FBI being there.
And I'm glad that they did bring them in.
Right.
And I know a lot of people don't trust the FBI, that's fine. If that's their opinion, they're entitled to it. I'm just glad that they brought in a higher agency to help out on it.
I trust the FBI. I don't trust their administrators, but I trust the FBI agents themselves. But even though the FBI comes in, they still work under the sheriff. Mm-hmm. He's still in charge.
Right.
But they're going to sit there and say, please do this, please do that. And if that sheriff's smart, he says, certainly.
And also, they have all the tools at their hands,
Exactly.
Yeah, the FBI moved their actual, I think it was their crime lab. They had like a mobile crime lab that they pulled into the Moscow PD's parking lot. So anything that needed to be tested or looked at or whatever it is that they do, they had it right there in the parking lot.
That's crazy because over here ours are all combined. You know,
Mm-hmm.
you get your police on the scene that investigate it, but then it just elevates up, and all the resources are there as part of the one team.
Right. Yeah, I don't know where the closest, but the closest FBI office to Moscow, would that be Seattle?
That sounds about right.
I'm thinking Seattle, maybe Portland, or do they have one in Boise? I wonder if
I
they,
have
they may they
no.
may have one in Boise. I'm just answering a text back, y'all. Let's see, Boise and Pocatello. Okay, thank you, Autumn. Roger said they have one in Spokane. Okay. Uh, my chat. I wish YouTube would get their stuff together because the chat tonight has been bonkers.
Oh, really? What's it doing?
It stops for a second and I'll get fixated on one certain comment and start reading it and then it'll start rolling and then I lose a
Oh,
comment and I have to go chasing it. Or it'll get to moving like super fast
yeah.
and I
I'll just
can't keep
jump
up.
up at once.
Yeah, and I have to go chasing a comment down. So Salt Lake City has one. I forgot about one in Utah. Yeah, Autumn. It's been like that for like the last few nights, but tonight it seems like it's been really bad. Jumping off a live chat to top chat, and Freya's is stopping too.
I
It's
lost connection a little while ago, but it didn't lose connection on voice.
I haven't lost connection tonight. Sometimes I get bumped out of here. I get kicked out of StreamYard, but
I got
that ha-
kicked out of chat.
yeah, YouTube. I think they're doing some type of they're doing some type of updates and all that, and it's been happening, I guess, for the past few months now. Let's see. My chat is super fast, but I'm on my phone. Let's see. Wait, little baby, if you need me to slow it down, just let me know. Something like that. in the past week. Yeah, hopefully they get it fixed. I'm really tired. Obsessed. Have a good night.
Good night, obsessed.
Let's see. I have to take E for a walk back. Okay, Tony, no problem. So he's gonna take his little doggy for a walk. Switching back to top and back to love has helped. I mine it just I get to talking and I don't pay attention, and then once I do realize that it's back on top chat, then
Yeah.
it causes me to miss a lot of people's comments. So, Lady Claymore, what is your overall opinion on this whole case? Do you think that Bryan do you think they have the right person?
Good question. I don't know. I believe that a lot points to him. I feel like there's a lot of coincidences that point to him being there.
Okay.
I do believe that it was one person. I do believe that they went for one person, and a lot of unfortunate events led to it being, unfortunately, four people. I believe he had the stamina. I believe that with him being a boxer, he had knowledge of weak points, fast hitting, things like that. You get a
Right.
boxer and you give him a knife, then, he's going to do his boxing skills with that in his hand.
Right. And they're saying that he bought this knife in April of last year. April or May of last year is what is coming off of Dateline.
I don't take that as fact.
Yeah, because a lot of stuff that they said on there we had already heard. Some stuff we hadn't heard at all. Um, they're claiming law enforcement sources, but still, you kind of have to take it with a grain of salt. But
Yeah.
they did make a good point though. Um, Even though they did say that it was like April or May of last year when he bought the knife. Uh, if he is the person who did this, okay, it would be one of those things where you get this knife, you have to become, and if he bought it with the intent to do what happened to these kids, um, you would have to become familiar with the knife. You got to get comfortable with the knife. Like you're saying, he was, I think, a boxer, kickboxer,
Yeah, he
uh,
was a
into
boxer.
MMA stuff and all this and that. So I wonder if he took this knife and he practiced with it. You see
Yeah.
what I'm saying?
The thing is that, as I say, I believe that he only went for one person, and
Mhm.
it led to more. And so you've then got to think in the mind that, he's not planning on it being all four of these victims. He's only planning on one. So it's not as much, it maybe is as much of a build up. Do you understand? But
Yeah.
he didn't plan on four, he planned on one in my mind. And then I believe he went for Maddie. Kaylee heard something. Wasn't quite sure. Didn't want the dog to jump around excitably over Maddie if she was sleeping and having a bad dream or something.
Mm-hmm.
So she'd locked the dog in her room and went and checked. And I feel like, he had already dealt with Maddie and then heard Kaylee coming, dealt with her. And then on his way out, came across Zana going for her DoorDash or coming back from getting her DoorDash or something. And that led to that. And then led to Ethan. And I think by the time there was the interaction with Dylan, I believe that either one, he was too exhausted, two, he was coming past that neon sign. So that could have dazzled his eyes and not seen her clearly. Many things.
Right.
But, if it was him.
Scarlett, you were talking about the knife.
Uh-huh.
He had to be an expert because most people, and I've had military training, most people don't know how to stab with a knife. And when you hit a bone, that knife slams on brakes and your
And
hand will advance. It'll even go beyond the guard and you'll slice your finger. If you remember, OJ had that cut on his hand.
right.
Uh, so
But the knife had a hilt on it to stop that.
Right, it has a guard, but you can still slide past that guard. I use what's called an extreme lanyard, and it keeps your hand from going beyond that.
Mm-hmm.
And so it'll never touch the blade, and the blade will never come back around and hit your arm. But he had to know to turn that blade, not straight up and down, but sideways to slide it between the ribs. If he's
Yeah,
going
there's
for a lung shot, and he probably knew go straight for the lungs because now they don't scream.
Oh, give me a second.
yeah, there's probably I would curious to know what his Google history was on phone and
I'll be
computer.
right back.
Okay.
And remember, he was, I think, JROTC. And
Yeah.
I don't think he ever went into the military, but he might have trained with them.
Um, I know because I was in ROTC whenever I was in high school. They do once you there's like well in Louisiana anyway, we would have a thing during the summer where we could go to the one of like the Air Force base closest to us and do like some training stuff there. But
Was that Barksdale?
yeah, that's where we went to, and then some of them will go down to Fort Polk and do like the field training stuff that they have down there. Um, but I don't never remember anything to do with a knife, unless maybe the high school, like the seniors, because there was some seniors that joined the military between their junior and senior year and went through their basic that summer in between, come in their senior year, graduate, and then they're deployed out. So some of them might have some type of training like that, as far as like having to do with the ROTC program and all that.
Yeah, somebody has trained him.
Yeah.
That's just something you just don't pick right up off the bat. I don't care if you're a hunter, you don't pick that part up. The part, if he went in there and this is precise as I think it was, and it could be sloppy, but if it is precise hits, then somebody has trained him, and he knew where to go to get training. Now, if you go in northern Idaho, you're going to find a lot of military camps up there. The guys aren't in the military, but they play like they're in the military.
Yeah.
And they go out there like 1 week or on the weekends and they play war games.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I mean, he might have done that. I don't know. I wonder if there's anything like that out in Pennsylvania that he could have done,
Well, that's another good question.
or just you know how you have like personal trainers that are ex-military. I wonder if he might have went to like a personal trainer that was ex-military, and when you go ask somebody who was in the military about stuff like that, they're going to tell you, any advice that you want, or most of them will anyway.
I think hunting also, I mean, I don't know America, to be fair, and I don't know what's hunting areas and what's not. But, Amethyst Noir is saying it as well. Yeah, they also hunt. So I feel like that gives more insight into where it hit, where's, things like that.
Mm-hmm. I wonder if if his dad hunted.
I don't know, because once again, he's a vegan, so I
Right.
doubt he went hunting.
Yeah, good thinking. I
Yeah.
never
Unless he's mad at the deer eating his food.
Or it was before he turned vegan.
Right.
Maybe when he was younger.
He turned vegan.
But you were right about a trainer, because a lot of the things I'll ask, I got 2 friends that are retired Navy SEALs, and I got some that are Rangers and recon in the Marine Corps, and they show me all the little different tricks and trays, stuff like that, to add on from what I learned. But he could have possibly ran into one of those. But I'm 99.99% sure he's done it. My only next question is, who's going to select the jury pool? And then out of that, what are they going to get on the jury? Do we know how many people will serve on that jury?
On which one, the grand jury, or did they
no, his
the
regular
one?
Yeah, his regular jury.
It's I believe there's 18 total that they pick, and then well, I know when I was watching one of the cases in Kenosha, what they will do is they will pick like 18 jurors, and then whenever it's time to go in and deliberate, they pick 6 names that become the alternates, and then the other 12 will become the jurors. I don't know I'm pretty sure they will have to pick alternates in Idaho as well. Yeah. But I don't know how they determine who the 12 are.
I know I served on a jury before. They messed up and let me get on the jury. And we didn't know until the last day who the alternates were.
Yeah, that's how it was. I believe Murdoch's was like that too.
Yeah.
All of them sit in there.
Letitia's case as well.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure that once everything was done, like all the closing arguments and everything before jury went into deliberates, they figured out who would actually be the 12 jurors.
Yeah. So maybe that's a national thing then.
Mm-hmm.
I know each state in America have different amount of jurors.
Nobody's saying Laurie's too, and Laurie's was in Idaho, so I imagine that'll be how it is there.
I want to say in Louisiana it's 12 also. I've never been called for jury duty, but I'm pretty sure it's 12 here too.
I just had jury duty, and as soon as the judge saw me, he goes, "You're off." I gotta say you, thank you. But,
See
I,
you later.
yeah, they messed up one time, let me serve on a jury, but the defense is the one who picked me. They said you had the best answers, and then next time I went there, they wouldn't let me serve on it, so they sent me to civil court to go to those, and they wouldn't let me serve on that one either because I happen to know both lawyers in the case, and so that knocked me out. And then on this last one, it's about the same thing. I knew everybody, and they said, "You're out of here."
Yeah, they
Never
ask
mind.
1,000 questions. You know
Yes, they do. They
the
do.
suspect. You know the lawyers. Do you have any dealings with them?
Do you have any
Okay.
relatives that work for that law office?
Hmm.
Do you have any relatives that are police officers? Yeah, they go into your whole background if
Okay,
they
so
can.
in Louisiana, it's 12 people, and then you have your alternates as well.
Okay.
So that's how it is here too. So I've never been called for jury duty. Thank gosh, because
Nor me.
Lord knows I would not want to have to sit there. And I know that it's a right that we have as American citizens and all that. I don't know if I could sit in a courtroom all day.
Well, see, I was talking to my congressman, and I said, we give leave for like all these other different things out there. There ought to be, if you're called to jury duty, you still get paid at your job. That's why a lot of people fight to get off of it because they don't get paid to be on jury duty. I was like, no, you're stuck on that jury duty for 30 days. You don't have a check coming in.
Right, and they pay you. I think in Louisiana it's like $25 a day. I
Yeah,
believe is what
yeah,
it is that you
right.
get. It's not a whole lot, honestly.
No, it's not. But it's a patriotic duty. It's one
Right.
it's constitutional. You want to feel like you are part of it, but at the same time, so many people want to get off of it. And then there's some people they just cannot stand, like how you put trigger warnings up.
Mm-hmm.
And it's the same with them. I don't want to be anything that's got a gun or this type of things or a
Yeah.
knife.
Yeah, nothing. A lot of people wouldn't want to do it because you don't really know what you're going for until you get there, and
Hmm.
then they want to know if you've read about it, and if you've read about it and it has something to do with a child, you a lot of people for sure don't want to be on it because they're going to see some really really bad things, just like with the Lori Vallow trial. Those jurors had to sit there and look at those autopsy pictures of JJ and Tylee, and
Well,
they.
they had a trial here in our old courthouse that was built right on the river, and it was rat infested. Well,
Oh.
they're in a trial where a woman was sexually assaulted. SA.
Uh-huh.
And a rat fell through the roof up and on the ground. It scared everybody. It cleared out. So the judge made them come back, and she had to relive that whole thing over again through the
Oh
cross
wow.
examination. Like, what were you wearing, and what all this happened with your body while this was going on.
Mhm.
Yeah, yeah, it's real nasty.
That's
The only winners in a court are the lawyers.
yeah.
That's the only winners.
That's it. They're getting paid the big high prices, and
Right.
once they're done with that case, they move on to the next one, and you know it's a revolving door for them where the jurors they're stuck with those images that they have to see. They're stuck with those from here on out once they see them.
Yeah.
And I
What?
can't imagine just like I said, the jurors that looked at the JJ Ballow's autopsy pictures and everything that we know that was on him and how he was when they found him and all that. I couldn't imagine having to sit there and see a 7-year-old little kid like that.
Yeah.
Well, you could imagine being. Oh, I'll just say Ted Bundy being on that jury,
Oh, I know.
and then once again there was no winner, even though he was found guilty, because it doesn't bring anybody back to life.
Yeah.
Right. That is true.
We just know the monster's going to be put away for now, forever.
Yeah. It
Yeah.
just means that, yeah, he didn't get away with it. There's justice.
But at least though, whenever somebody is caught for doing, and I'll use Brian's case for example. If he's proven to be this person who done it, and whether he gets the death penalty or he goes for the rest of his life, at least the families can at that point start the healing process, because
Yeah.
we can see Mr.
Mhm.
Gonzalez. He's been on top of this since it happened, and being that voice for all these kids. And I don't think he's went through the grieving process yet. I think he had
No.
said at one time that he hasn't even let himself do that. And so, once everything is done with this trial, and
Oh,
you
he's a
know,
bulldog. He's right in there.
yeah,
And
I think
he's not going to release till this trial's over, and then you're going to see a cry like a baby.
yeah, I think at that time he's going to start, the healing process,
Right.
because just think of the amount of strength that it takes to hold up the way he's held up.
I don't know that he's ever going to hit the grieving process, if that makes sense.
And doesn't he have a younger daughter that the coroner called and talked to her?
Yeah, he has two younger daughters that was under Kaylee. The one that the coroner talked to though was, I believe she was 17, and she told the coroner, she can handle it or whatever. But still, though, the coroner should have been like, no, you're under 18, and I just need to speak just to the parents, and that's it, not to any older sister or older brother. I need to just the parents, and just kept it to the parents for each one of the victims, unless they didn't have a parent and all they had was their sibling.
Yeah, exactly. And leave it to the parents to decide if the
Right.
siblings can handle it.
But sitting here telling a 17-year-old girl what happened to her sister, that's unethical, in my opinion.
Yeah, I don't think it's right. It's
she was
wrong
the
on
star.
every level.
The coroner was the star of the show. She was still in the spotlight in the beginning. I think she finally learned out that keep your mouth shut.
Right. It was one of those people, once again, like I've said before, that was not ready for social media.
Yeah, that wasn't ready for such a big case. But, put yourself in that situation. I would rather stay quiet than put my foot in it.
Right. Yeah, because when a case like this comes out, and then you insert yourself into that case, and even though I know the coroner, she had to be in the case, but whenever you go public with it, at that time everybody is looking into everything. Like they know what you ate for breakfast.
They are
4 months
analysing
ago.
every aspect of everything that you said, and whatever way you said it, what context, everything.
Yeah. And that's how they found out she was a coroner, a registered nurse, and a defense attorney.
Yeah.
They knew that the guy that got arrested after the murders happened, I think he was a peeping Tom, and had threatened his family or something like that. They knew that she represented him. Like, they knew everything about her.
Yeah.
That's why no comment never has to be defended. And that's what your lawyer is going to tell you. Shut up. I don't even want you to talk to your family about this. You only talk to me about this. Anybody has any question, tell them to call me.
And that's why I was listening to another thing the other day, and this was after the arraignment. And it was brought up about Bryan when he walked in, how he was walking, and which I know he had shackles on, but they were talking about how he looked very stiff and I guess rigid, I think is the word that they used. And he glances at the gallery for just a second. And one of the people that were on the panel talking said that usually what a defense attorney will do is that they will tell their client, whenever you walk into the courtroom, you don't look at the gallery. You don't look at people anywhere in the courtroom. You walk straight to your seat with your head down. You sit down and you look straight forward. You don't look around. You don't do anything. You only speak when you have to. And he walked into the courtroom and looked straight at the gallery, which is all the family members were there.
Yeah.
And a lot of people caught on to that. A lot of people caught on to his jaw clenching and his blinks. People were talking about how many times he was blinking whenever the names were read. People, especially when you have a large amount of people like social media, everybody's going to notice everything.
But the thing is that, one, it's normal for us to have every intention of walking in somewhere with our head down, but then someone will make a noise or cough, and you just automatically look that direction without thinking.
Right. Yep. It's a natural reaction.
Yeah. And then other things like, they're sitting there like analysing his jaw and everything. What's to say that he wasn't sat there thinking, I really need a pee. I really need a pee. I need this to finish so that I can go. You don't know. So you can't just surmise. You can try and read it, but everyone is so different.
Yeah, and that's what they do though on social media, especially in true crime. They literally analyze everything.
Yeah.
And they will get on those Facebook groups, and one person will say they saw this, and another person says they saw that, and you can go back and watch the video, and everything that these people have brought up, you might not have noticed, but you're looking for it, and sure enough, what they said they saw is what they saw.
Yeah, yeah, but you'll see what you want to see in an instance like that.
Yeah.
It's crazy. So, if someone brings your attention to something and you go looking for it, you will see it.
Yep. Yeah, it's crazy what social media can do, and the sleuths on here. There's some really good sleuths on here too.
Let me tell you how good these sleuths are on here, and these channels like the one you have here. I was on another channel, and we were looking for that little baby that was missing in Savannah, Georgia, the Leilani case.
Oh yeah.
Well, they went on a map quest trying to figure out where the baby would be, and they went straight to that dumpster.
It was right down from our house.
Right. The next day, Fox News had that same picture. Says we got this from they just said a crime sleuth on YouTube. But a lot of people now have got publicly educated about laws and way different things work. And believe it or not, I'm telling you right now, there's lawyers and judges who will sit there and watch these channels.
Yeah.
I'm telling you that. And people have brought up some interesting things that, sometimes you don't see it if you do it every day as a lawyer or a prosecutor or a defendant. But other people can spot little things, and I hear that in there. And there's some sharp people out there.
Yeah.
Well,
you would be surprised at the sleuths and what their abilities are.
Right. And it's so neat. I mean, here we are. I call us all amateurs, but here you see people bring graphics in, and you see their hearts into this and the passion they have for solving these crimes and the interest it is. Because I can remember when I would get off work, I would rush home at night. I got off at midnight, and I'd rush home to see Unsolved Mysteries, Robert Stack. I loved his voice, and I would sit there and watch those things. And then there's some other crime movies, but we didn't have that many back then. Now we've got so many crime channels.
Oh God.
Yes, just go. I mean, I was just looking. I don't care if you got Sling or whatever your streaming device is. There's all kinds of channels now to watch.
Yeah, there's all the first 48 or first 48 hours or whatever. There's the crime. Was it Crime 360? I think it's what it was. There's like so many different shows like that out there now.
Yeah.
It's turned into a very true crime, and just crime itself and watching all these actual real stories has turned into a popular thing.
Yeah.
A lot of people are invested in it.
Exactly. I've always kind of watched these programs, always. My ex used to call me Mrs. Murder. And it's just a thing I've always been interested in. So, and, the more you watch, the more you learn. So a lot of us then think, oh, I can look at this case and I know how they'll do that. That must have shown that. And, it encourages us to do the same. But Freya was saying there that the Grub Hut truck was a perfect example. Everything that people saw in that, they would look at one person one week, then another person the next week.
Mm-hmm.
And they had the guts of these people online for all to see.
Yeah.
It was crazy.
Yeah, that grub truck video, they literally, it was almost like some people took it frame by frame.
There was
And
an
just,
ant on the ground that people missed. They didn't see that ant that was crawling across the ground.
wow. I mean, they analyzed everything. I mean, there was at one point I was looking into it, and somebody had brought up about you can see through the reflection in the windows behind everybody, and you can see a car pull up. And I mean, I was even looking at that, but there was some people that just, once that video came out, that's all they concentrated on. They didn't concentrate
Yeah,
on anything
exactly.
else.
Exactly. And it's crazy, but it jumps from bit to bit each week. It was
Yep.
crazy. It was like the latest episode, and they were suspecting this guy because he had his hat on sideways.
Hmm. Or the hoodie guy had his hood up at one point, and then he didn't have it up, and then he put it back up, and where he was standing at was in, like, he was standing in the dark, which he was standing away from the girls, but
But
they
then
thought
he
it
could
was
see someone
weird.
from there, you know.
Yeah, like it was weird that he was standing back in the dark, just standing there watching the girls, and then they thought they seen Enon Harsh at the grub
Ah,
truck.
yeah.
The guy that I call creepy neighbor. They thought they saw
Oh
him
my
there.
God.
It was, but that dude, I have to say, the dude at the grub truck did look like Enon Harsh.
Yeah.
He did. I don't think it was him, but he did look like him. And then I even heard that Ethan and Xana was at the grub truck, and I'm like, no. If Ethan and Xana would have been at the grub truck, everybody and their brother that was analyzing that video would have seen Ethan and Xana.
It
And
was crazy.
yeah,
Honestly, Elvis was standing at the back right as well.
yeah. It's a wonder they didn't see Elvis and Michael Jackson and
Yeah,
everybody
that's it.
else.
Exactly. Exactly. I saw Elvis. He was
And don't
singing
get
in
me
the
wrong,
corner.
if somebody's going to analyze the video and they're going to say what they actually see and not add any craziness to it,
Yeah.
then I'm all for it, because they're at that point they're putting out facts and good information. But when people
Yeah.
start coming in and they're saying I saw this person and this person, and knowing that them people wasn't there, then it goes. And yeah, I know Freya wasn't the creepy neighbor Enon, but it did look just like him.
Yeah.
But that
Yeah.
guy had a lady that was with him.
Aye. Aye. I remember that. He was just nuts. And then that other one as well, the larger guy. What was his name?
Oh yeah. What was his name? He was
Yeah.
in the grub truck video, and then he would do interviews, and I wouldn't watch
Oh,
any of his
Yeah.
interviews
right.
because he
Yeah.
wouldn't have a shirt on.
Yeah.
And it was
Yeah.
like,
Yeah.
dude,
Oh,
like,
is that?
you're on people's panels, like put a flipping shirt on.
Yeah.
You know.
Exactly. Exactly. Joe Vito or something.
Yes, something like that.
Yeah. Oh
Charles said,
yeah, he was a dude. They all just jumped on that wagon, the media wagon, didn't
yeah,
they?
they got their 5 minutes of fame. Troll said
Yeah,
he
Scarlet,
they
watched that grub truck video so much he could tell you everything that was funny.
did. Yeah.
Scarlet, do you remember when the two young ladies were walking down the street with, I think, the hoodie guy?
Uh huh.
And what did you tell him? I told him everything. Look
Yes.
Yeah.
how
What
they
did you
Yeah.
tell
analyzed
Adam?
that.
Oh yeah. There's
They-
been several different things that people claim that they heard the hoodie guy
Right.
say, like, Maddie, they're gonna get you for this, and uh,
Yeah.
somebody else said that they thought he said we're gonna get y'all some food. Honestly, even with, like, I've tried to listen to it with a headset on and with earbuds. I
Yeah.
cannot tell exactly what he is saying. To me, it does sound like he is saying, Maddie, they're going to get you for that, but I can't. say 1,000% that's what was said. But a lot of people have said that they heard a few different few different things what Hoodie
Yeah.
Guy was saying.
In
And
my
do you,
mind,
and do
it
you
was
remember the mysterious white truck?
Oh yes, okay. The white truck was a little suspect. I mean,
It was.
yeah, it was pulling in. It drove by slow, parked, but there was a business there. And there were other cars there. I think somebody said that that's where the other bar was at. They could have been pulling in there to pick someone up from work or picking them up so they wouldn't be driving after they've been drinking or whatever. But the
Yeah.
whole white truck thing went to belonging to somebody that lived in a trailer that was along the path that Bryan took that night, leaving from the house. And people were speculating, well, did he stop there and take a shower? And yeah, that the white
Well,
truck.
even the next day, they had a picture of a white. They were at the house, 1122,
Mhm.
and you could see the white truck in the background going by. Now, how many white trucks you think are in Idaho?
All right. I mean,
14.
the
I've
white
got.
truck. The
Go
white
ahead.
truck that was at so the white truck in the video and the white truck that was at the trailer, they
Yes.
look a lot alike, but you still, because of the video and the way it was kind of grainy a little bit, you still couldn't say 100% that those were the two same white truck.
Yeah.
But people ran with it,
Yeah.
and so people, they get to looking on Google Maps and Google Earth and different videos. They can find some stuff. You would be surprised.
Well, when this
But the
first came,
white truck wasn't that Jack S driving to Africa?
Yeah, it was.
Yeah,
It
but
was
we don't know that to be true either. If he even left the country after the murders happened.
I know. I thought he was taking the piss.
Yeah, I
So.
was. I was taking the
Yeah, I
mickey.
thought so.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I am an author.
You were taking the mins.
I remember right after the when they started investigating, I said, go to your filling stations or gas stations and look on the cameras,
Hmm.
because nearly every gas station in America is going to have a camera
Right.
because they get robbed at night and stuff,
Hmm.
or there's a fight out in the parking lot. And I said, go there. And everybody, oh, why would you go there? They got the ones downtown, traffic cams. Well, those might not have picked them up. But a town that small and being, I don't know, I would say 4:30 in the morning,
Hmm.
somebody's going to get picked up on one of those cameras. And sure enough, there was a white car, and I don't know if that was his or not. Once again, you don't have a tag number, you don't have his face in the car, but you see a white car going by in a blur.
Right. And
That's
that picture of that white car passing the gas station was taken. It was on a computer screen, but that picture was taken with a cell phone. So
Yeah.
when you take a picture with your cell phone of something on a computer screen, it's got the little lines through it.
Yeah.
It's hard to even make out if that was even a Hyundai Elantra. Now, Dateline claims that it was a Hyundai Elantra, but the car didn't even look like it had tires in the picture. How you
Yeah.
gonna tell it
Yeah.
was a Hyundai
It was
Elantra?
just a
come on.
blur,
Right. Yeah.
and people are comparing all these lights compared to that, and it's like, but that picture's distorted. You can't see for sure, what that is and isn't.
Well, Nancy Grace is convinced that's his car, but she's a former prosecutor, and if you bring a prosecutor to your house and you have a conversation, it's like talking to a drill sergeant. And if you bring a public defender to your house, it's like talking to someone who's kind and gentle,
Right.
easygoing. They're two different people, and they'll ask you the same question in a different manner.
That is true. And a lot of people don't like Nancy Grace because she's straightforward and blunt, which I
Mhm.
think is what I like the most about her. And she can get worked up a lot.
Well, she's got to have also. You could go in there and say the same thing she says, but she puts animation, and that gets ratings. The
Right.
Yeah,
name
it's
name
the
of the game
drama.
the name of the game in television is ratings. If if you don't have good ratings, they'll get rid of you quick.
Oh, for sure. That is true. But yeah, it's just like I said, I wanted to watch more of her thing today, and I only got to catch just the part where she was talking about could it be possible, that Bryan didn't speak as much, so Dylan couldn't identify his voice. Because, I mean, when this whole trial starts, I'm curious to know how Dylan is going to identify him as being the person that she saw that night in the house. I mean, are they going to put a mask on him and she's just going to identify the eyebrows? Or
They're going to have 14 men run through the courtroom.
That's what I was wondering. Like, are they going to make him walk past her? Or
Please tell me they don't still have
oh.
him down as naked. I don't want to see 12 naked men running through the courtroom.
If I'm his lawyer, I'm going to object to him doing anything but sitting there and staying quiet.
And yeah,
And he's going to plead the Fifth Amendment all the way through, and unless we see this thing really turn where we need his testimony. Other than that, he doesn't say a word. No judge can make you talk. That's the Fifth Amendment.
Right.
They can put you in jail, and they can do all that, but nobody can make you talk. I mean, they can't beat it out of you. They can't waterboard you.
Right.
They can't torture you. So they're not going to be able to put a hoodie on my client. I'll tell you that much now.
Right.
But the thing is that we don't actually know what kind of personality Bryan is, and does he have the ego that some people think him to have? And therefore, Ari's lawyer is going to be able to stop him going on the stand and believing that he knows better.
Well, see, a lot of jurors are going to say where there's smoke, there's fire. Mm-hmm. With Bryan, there's definitely smoke. I mean, he's infatuated with BTK. He goes all the way across the country just to be in this lady's class, out in Washington State. Everything is pointing at him. The telephone pings, the white car, everything is just pointing straight at him. But we don't have that 100% proof because we don't know everything they've got. But we still don't know about the DNA yet.
The thing that I'll be curious about is when they're saying that his cell phone was trying to connect to the internet. Is that like where you don't have a Wi-Fi connection and it picks one up when you're maybe passing by,
right,
and asks if you want to connect to it? That I'd be curious about. That is quite a big thing in my book. It kind of puts him there and when he was there. Unless he's in the habit of giving someone else's phone, which we don't really tend to do with their phones.
Autumn, I don't remember how many it was that they tested, but I do believe it was 2 things that tested positive as blood. Let me see.
It has apartment.
Yeah, it is apartment. I think I have that screenshot. Let me.
Yeah, I think it was tested positive for presumptive twice. 2 places, but it's not to say it's not his.
Crap, that's going to be on my other computer too. So that was before I got this one.
Let me ask you this, Scarlett. Do you think the reason he came back by the next morning, if that's him,
not him, it's a car,
right? Let's just say we're going to presume it could be him. Is he coming back to finish the job off because the one girl saw him, or is he coming back to get his knife sheath, or is he coming back to say, "Golly, look at all the cops out there roping the place off"?
Or was it a car that looked like his?
Yeah.
Well, didn't they get a ping that morning too?
Yeah, at 9 o'clock they did. They said
at 9 o'clock he pinged it right in that area.
Yeah.
Ping pong.
I would think if he was coming back to get the sheath, then when he drove by there and he didn't see any cops and he didn't see any other activity going on at the house, he would have went in and got the sheath or attempted to. Now, 9:30 is when they're claiming that all these calls started going out to people in the neighborhood, and people started coming to the house. So maybe he was going to get the sheath and he saw the people there, but he also could have been driving by there thinking that the cops would have already been there, and he was wanting to watch his actions. Uh, what would be the word that I could use? He was wanting
The
to see
aftermath.
the reaction to his actions,
Yeah.
and maybe all he saw was these kids that was allegedly there at that time, and no police and all that.
I think actually it was 9:30. That wasn't 9:30, was it?
Let me see.
Because,
Hold on.
because
Let me-
remember, I mean, wasn't there a media camera or someone picked that up?
Okay, so that camera
They
was
weren't
in
there
the
at 9:30.
no. They claimed that camera was behind the house, and it was recording from 8 o'clock that night to 8 o'clock in the morning. I still don't know if that's even true because that person
Well, it was
came out and
recording
said
to
it was
8 in the
true.
morning. I couldn't see him at 9:30 then.
No, but it was a ping on the cell phone tower or Wi-Fi.
Those pings are like a 10-mile radius or something, aren't they?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Because
so
there was
could have been
another
anywhere.
time. There was another time that they said after that day, after the day of the murders, that his phone pinged on one of the towers in Moscow, but for whatever reason, they didn't believe that he was in that area. That he wasn't. They believed that he
Yeah.
wasn't in Moscow.
Yeah,
Okay.
those pings are not GPS. They're just like whatever tower. Like if you look on a map, they're spaced about 10 or 25 or whatever 30 miles apart, and they ping when you go from one range to the other. They pick you up and they ping, but it doesn't place you. Like he was on the doorstep or on the same street.
hmm Okay, I'm looking in the PCA real quick, where it gives the times that he went back. This PCA is it jumps all over the place.
That's what I think, Roger. You can get a ping and not be there. So if he's got proof that he was elsewhere on this one ping, how can they say that he was there on all the rest of them?
Well, the ping says he's in the area, but it doesn't pinpoint the exact spot in that area
Yeah.
that he's
Right.
at.
And there's only something like 2 towers in that area. But looking at Letitia's trial lately and the information that was on there from cell phone pings, it was more advanced than I believed. It showed kind of what section of the tower picked you up.
hmm
And it was all the way around, so it could put you in like this 10th area,
Okay, I know that it is on here in this PCA where it says that what the time that it shows that he left his apartment later on December the 13th that morning, 9 something. It showed him leaving, and then it was literally like 32 minutes later, it showed he was pulling back up to his apartment or back on the WSU campus. I just got to find it in the PCA.
Mm-hmm.
Because, like I said, the PCA is all over the place. I don't know why they wouldn't just put it in order
Yeah, and a nice
from
neat
day to
list.
day, and it would have made it easier.
Well, I've learned so much about electronics with these phones and laptops by watching a guy called Edward Snowden,
hmm
and he says notice on your phones you can't remove your battery anymore.
Right.
Yeah.
That
That's
is
so
true.
that's so big. Now there are some phones out there that have it where you can remove the battery, but 99% of them don't. That's so Big Brother can track you.
Yeah, because my older phone, you could remove the battery, but the one that I have now, I've had it a little over a year now, and it's one of those that you can't take the battery out.
Right.
Do you know
And
what I find crazy? Sorry to butt in, but things like when I'm expecting a delivery from a grocery store or something, it'll tell me how many minutes they are away, and then it'll give me a message to say that they're outside, expect a knock any minute, kind of thing. And when I look on the map that it shows me, I can turn myself round and my phone's facing the other way, and I can see it turning round on that map, what way I'm facing and everything,
Mm-hmm.
which is madness. Sorry, random thought there.
I think you can say madness. I think you can say that on YouTube.
No, I know. I just interrupted to put in that bit of information. That's what I was apologising for.
Okay, y'all, I know it's in here somewhere. I'm still looking. I don't understand why they didn't just put the whole PCA in order. Okay, I think I found it. So let me pull it up here where everybody can see it. Okay,
Oh,
so go ahead.
Real quick, Scott, did the law enforcement confiscate his car, his white one?
Yes, in
Yeah.
Pennsylvania they did.
Okay, I'm just wondering if it had any electronics on it that'll
Um,
tell.
they basically tore it apart. I mean, they took the seats, the door panels, the brake pedal, the gas pedal, the
Seatbelt
seat,
holder.
yeah, the seatbelt boots, I think is what they called them.
They should have
Well,
taken it all.
They're looking for DNA there.
Yeah,
But I don't
headrests.
think it was modern enough to have GPS on it, if that's what you're thinking.
Yeah, that's
Yeah,
what I was thinking. Does he have one of those GPS?
I don't think
Or
so.
I
I don't.
think it was the year after that they introduced the GPS or something on the make of car. I don't know. It's all American again. But just reading into stuff, I believe that model didn't have the GPS. Don't quote me on it, because I can't quote where it came from. But
I don't think it did.
yeah, I don't think so.
Okay, so this paragraph right here. It says further review indicated that in the 8458 was Bryan's number. Utilized cellular resources on November the 13th that are consistent with the 8458 phone, leaving the area of Kohberger's residence at approximately 9 a.m. Traveling to Moscow, specifically the 8458 phone utilized cellular resources that would provide coverage to the King Road residence between 9:12 and 9:21. The 8458 phone next utilized cellular resources that are consistent with the 8458 phone traveling back to the area of Kohberger's residence and arriving at the area at approximately 9:32 a.m. So it sounds like all he did really is left his apartment, drove out to Moscow, might have sit there for a minute or so,
Went for a coffee.
and then
Yeah, I'm
drove
thinking he maybe went to the
Got a
shop or
bacon
something.
pancake.
and went back to his apartment. Literally 32 minutes is all he was gone.
Had
Ran
a
out of
bacon
coffee, went
cappuccino.
to the shop that sold it, and went home again.
Weaved a basket.
Yeah, I mean, weaving a basket, yeah. That was
Or
fast
knife.
weaving. Fast weaving. They should hire him in the basket making industry. But yeah,
Busy
I
morning.
mean, the thing is, if they've only got 1 or 2 cell towers in that area, then it's going to be hard to miss connecting to it if you're driving
It's
through
like a
that area.
radius, you know.
Yeah.
Yeah,
The
See,
yeah.
cell phone tower, you know, So it's not exact. It's not pinpointing or anything. You're just saying he was within a radius of that cell phone tower, which happens to cover the same house.
so
The thing is, sorry,
is it 2 cell phone towers there, or is it 3
I'm
in that area?
not sure.
I remember when Big Al was up here because he's like the guy who knows all about the cell phone towers and how they
Yeah.
work and all that. And I want to say that he found a website that showed where the cell phone towers were located. I think that was him. I'm gonna have to ask him next time he comes on panel.
I want to say 2, but I'm not 100% on that, so you could well be right with the 3. The thing is, watching that Letitia Stock trial, I know I keep reverting back to it, but if you can imagine like the cell tower, right, and then you cut all these graph sections like slicing a cake, yeah, and so one section you're putting out a radius to that one section, and there's maybe 9 other sections that aren't.
Right.
It was able to show that she was in that one little segment, rather than just in the area of the cell tower. They were able to show like what direction in comparison to the cell tower in a little segment. So it could be something like that.
Okay. I mean, that makes sense.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Yeah,
I
that's
will for
tricky.
sure. I will for sure ask Big Al tomorrow when he comes back in chat if he's the one that found that website, and if he could send it back to me that shows where, because it was either 3 in Moscow or it was 2 in Moscow and then 1 right across the state line in Washington. I can't remember.
I can't remember.
And
honestly.
it seemed because I want to say that the way it was 3 and the way that they had them set, it made like a triangle.
Right.
But
So
I'll have to find out.
if you were getting a segment from each one, it could kind of pinpoint a smaller area.
Right.
But who knows? I'm no expert. I'm just remember seeing that, and I thought, oh, that's better than I thought.
Yeah, I don't know all about the whole cell phone houses and how they do their pinging of different stuff, and so that's why I'll have to ask him though, because I think that used to be like his job back in the day. He messed with stuff like that.
Right.
But I'll find it. But it could be 2 in Moscow and maybe 1 across the state line.
See, I can see the defense is going to put doubt in everything except for the DNA on that knife sheath. That's going to be his biggest part.
The sheath's the question as it is.
Exactly.
Yeah.
And reminds me once again of the Gainesville Ripper. He left his wallet in a room.
Oh,
he gets
wow.
back. Yeah, he gets back to his camp and he goes, "Oh my goodness, I got to go back in that room." So he breaks back in and gets his wallet, and then he has to leave naturally. And then these people aren't found like till another day or 2. But he almost turned himself in with that. And that reminded me of, in this case, same thing. There's so many similarities. He leaves the knife sheath. So he didn't plan on having that thing tied to him where it can't fall off. Because that's a real flimsy knife sheath. Unless he's got a plan.
That
go
knife's
ahead.
too small. The knife's too small. That knife sheath's too small.
It could be.
Yeah. The coroner said that the wounds were too, the wounds were too large to be inflicted by a weapon from that sheath. Like they were large, gaping, gashing holes, But and that's her report. But everything else is they were stabbed to death.
Right.
But when I saw the coroner's thing, it was very clear that I can't remember the wording now.
I think that
but yeah.
Isn't that what the coroner told Kaylee's dad about the wounds?
No, that was a statement. Oh, she might have said that about the wounds to his dad. Yeah, but in her statement, she said that the wounds inflicted were from a weapon larger than the weapon that came from the sheath.
There was, I believe, an interview put out by Kathy Mabbitt, and then it disappeared. And she gave more information in this interview. And, people questioned it, and it suddenly disappeared. And I cannot find it anywhere. And I just don't know if anyone else remembers this, where she'd stated more information about it.
I've probably seen it, but I've seen so much in this case that it's hard to keep up with.
I do believe it was with, what was her name from News Nation?
Ashley Banfield?
Yeah. Yeah, I believe she'd spoke to her and she'd said too much, and within a day, a lot of it had been cut away.
That's a possibility
Yeah,
that she might have said too much.
so, but
Now, do we know if if Dylan and Bethany, are they still enrolled in the college and taking classes at home?
I don't know. I know that they didn't go back to the college, but they could have allowed them to just do their stuff online. Because I haven't seen anywhere where it's been said that they dropped out or anything like that. And it would make sense if they allowed them to do their work online.
yeah, it would. It would. But I think they would support them and like helping them into a university closer to where they are as
Yeah,
well.
because Bethany's from the Reno area, and then Dylan is from the Boise area.
Yeah,
So yeah, like I said, with everything that's going on, Dylan being a witness, I'm pretty sure Bethany is also going to be a witness. We just haven't heard a whole lot about her. Uh, I'm pretty sure the the university was just like, if y'all want to do y'all stuff uh, online, that's fine. Professors or whatever can email stuff to you and your assignments. Either that or they might have temporarily just dropped out for right now.
yeah.
It said
Which
that,
you can't blame them for.
right. I mean, I wouldn't want to go back to college there.
No.
Even if I had nothing to do with the case, but was just a student there, uh, I wouldn't go back. I would transfer out to somewhere else.
Even just the social media and media round about it. You know that they would always be sneaking about. I just wouldn't want to go back to that for that in itself.
Right.
Regardless of everything else, and I think everything else is going to be more powerful, but the thought of trying to deal with going back there and then the media capturing every bloody move you make.
Well, if any of these YouTubers and TikTokers and all that, even if they found out that Dylan or Bethany was back on that campus, they would find out where they lived at. They
Yeah.
would be, if they were off campus, they would be camped out in front of their house. They wouldn't leave the girls alone. And so now, I don't blame them if they didn't go back. I know that Ethan's brother and sister, they did go back. They're back on the campus. But them being a victim's sibling versus Dylan
Yeah.
and Bethany, it's two different aspects there.
Yeah. They've got to kind of push their kids to not let it stop them, to get on and push forward.
Right. Hey, K-Bird, how are you? Callie Dime, how are you? Yeah, Ethan, or not Ethan, I'm sorry. Hunter and Maisie went back. I believe it was after the Christmas break.
Yeah.
I believe is when they went back. And Maisie went back to her sorority, and then Hunter went back to Sigma Chi.
Give me 2 seconds. There's a magpie going after my cat.
And that was another one. Remember when everybody was pointing at the frat houses?
Oh, yeah.
Oh my gosh.
Like you had a YouTuber camped out, not really camped out, but outside Sigma Chi, and was saying that there was so many cop cars out there and their engines were still on, and everybody just knew that something was about to go down regarding the Sigma Chi house, and I don't think anything ever come of it. Callie Dime, yeah, I'm doing good, thank you.
And something else, I guess it's just something extra. A lot of people think fraternity is only male and sorority is female, but there are female fraternities.
Really?
Yep, you can Google it. And I found out because I used to be in charge of this big auditorium, and we had a college here in town, University of North Florida,
Mm-hmm.
and one of their ladies groups come over, and they're bringing about 300. and they said, I says, sorority. She goes, no, we're a fraternity. And she explained to me what the difference was. She says they now have female fraternities. She said the sororities belong under the umbrella of a fraternity. So the males were in the fraternity and the females would be in the sorority. It'd be like their sisters. And
Right.
of course, the guys would call each other brothers. All right. But now they have it where there are female fraternities.
Huh.
But I mean, that don't have anything to do with the case. But you would hear people, oh, all sororities are female, and I go, no, and all fraternities are male, and I go, no, they got them now different. But
Oh, well, I didn't know that.
yeah, you can Google it; it'll tell you, and it'll actually tell you how many different fraternity and sororities are on that campus, and which ones they are.
Oh, wow. That is interesting because like you said, I thought all sororities were all female, all the frats were all male.
I did too until I got corrected real quick, and I said, okay, whatever you say, Mel.
Yeah, I know that like the sororities, they don't allow the guys at their house. I think some, if not all, they don't allow drinking and all this and that. Where the frat houses is the parties and the girls can come there, and they got the drinking and that's probably why there's a lot more frat parties that you always hear about in the aspect of college life. See you later. Have a good night. Kelly Dom, that that is interesting. Kelly Dom's like, so there male sororities.
I'm not sure about the male sororities, but I do know there's female fraternities. But if there's female fraternities, we might want to look it up one day. Maybe somebody go out there and Google it and see if there's any male sororities.
Hold on, I'm about to go ask Google. I want to know. There is a co-ed fraternity. See, as a guy, can I join a girls' sorority? So that says no. Let's see, that's great. Let me go to Google. A list of social fraternities and okay, so that's not that. A male sorority, oh, called a fraternity. Gender exclusively. Fraternities and sororities traditionally have been single-sex organizations, with fraternities consisting exclusively of men. Okay, that doesn't answer my question.
Ask the question: are there female fraternities?
Okay. It's giving me the same. Women are. Let's see. It says women are joining your frats and you can't stop them. Okay, that was October 2021. So but allowing women to join a fraternity, there arises a particular sense of a collaboration, awareness, and ultimately protection. So both male and female members took turns staying sober at parties to keep an eye on the shenanigans in the dark corners. But by allowing young women into the brotherhood, the conversations were richer and more nuanced. Okay, that still don't answer my question though. I don't know. It's not giving me what I want to know. Maybe Google is sleeping tonight or something.
I think it's crazy that you have all this fraternity and sorority and all that over there. We just don't have it here.
Really?
Yeah.
Yeah, I think it's at every college. They have frat houses and sorority houses and
yeah, I
and all
think it's
that.
crazy. I think it's just You let them go to university here if they get accepted, and if they want their education, then they behave, and if they don't want their education, then they get kicked out.
Yeah.
You know, but you know, I believe further education is free here in Scotland, so you know there isn't the pressure, but they just don't put up with anything. If you don't want your education, off you pop.
Yeah, here, Scott, have a good night. Here, usually the only time somebody's going to college and they don't have to pay out of their own pocket or their parents' pocket is if you're getting a scholarship. And
Yeah,
that's usually they have an academic scholarship, they have sports scholarships. Uh, there's other
so it's like
scholarships.
sponsors kind of thing.
Yeah, like there will be like different businesses that will
Yeah,
offer like a $10,000 scholarship to
yeah,
someone, and that will, of course, $10,000 isn't going to pay your whole college tuition, but they can put that towards the college education.
yeah,
There's some kids that will straight like in their senior year get a full scholarship through sports, and they're all 4 years, but they have to maintain a certain GPA, and they also have to play the sport that they're getting the scholarship for.
yeah,
So they still have to keep their grades up and all that too. So they have to they work for it in high school, but once they get to college, they still got to work for it.
yeah. I mean, here they've got to work to pay their rent to be able to attend the university, but the university in itself in Scotland is free. You know, which is really good. But
Right.
you know that like you've got to have your certain grades to be able to get accepted onto your courses and things like that. So your brains are what gets you. Your knowledge is what gets you further
Right.
educated, you know.
Yeah.
So but we tend to have to finish high school and they can go on to work or they can then go into college, which a lot of kids do, and it's kind of in between high school and university. You know, and it gives you, it furthers your education, but it also gives you what you need to get into university if you didn't get it in high school. It also gives you tasters for different trades. You know, so if you get maybe a year into it and decide that's not actually the career for you, you know, you can then do a second year with something else. So it's really quite good.
Right. I mean, I wish the colleges were free here, but hey, Janie, how are you?
That's only in Scotland, it's not in England. It's just a Scottish thing.
Just gotten. I
Yeah.
mean, that's so okay. You know how like there would be a lot of kids from the U.S. that will go to college abroad. So if a U.S. citizen wanted to go to college in Scotland, would it
They
still
would
be
need
free
to
to
pay.
them?
No,
Oh, they
no,
would have to
they
pay.
would need to
Okay,
pay. I
that makes
think it's
sense.
a good thing because it's encouraging your own to be further educated and go out and do things in the world, you know, and I
Mhm.
think a lot of the countries should be the same, really.
Right.
Um, you know, it encourages homegrown brains.
Right. Let's see. The fraternity Ethan belonged to should right away contact with 911. Maybe some of the victims could survive. So chat must be released to the court as evidence to ponder about. Yeah, I'm curious to know if it is true that these kids were at that house and this whole Snapchat group chat thing was going on during
Hmm.
this time. I wonder if the police got all of that as well. Because I would like to know who sent the first message out that it happened instead of calling 911.
Yeah, I mean, they'll know from all their phones, you know, who they've been in touch with, and then they'll go and take their phones,
Right.
you would imagine.
Well, how many people walked through that house
Oh, God.
from 4:30 in the morning to 11:58 or
There's no
whatever? What
telling.
time did the police arrive? About 12:15, 12:30.
Okay, I think it was Jen in chat a little while ago when we were talking about the times. I think she said that it was 11:58 is when they responded to the call. So which one makes sense? So if the call come in at 11:56 and they responded at 11:58,
Yeah.
let's just say by 12 o'clock they were in the house.
But yeah, I mean, the police station is only really around the corner.
Yeah, it's just
2 minutes away.
Yeah,
You
probably
know?
probably not even a mile
Yeah,
from it.
exactly. So it could very well have been that. And something tells me 1206. Why does 1206 stick out in my mind?
That might have been a time that somebody came out with. Was it like an officer went in there at that time,
I
or
don't know. I don't know. Just the time sticking in my mind. The other thing that sticks in my mind is if it's a report of an unconscious person, there was never any medical people on the ground. Why?
yeah, I don't know. But there was a whole thing that came out saying that they put it out as it being an unconscious person because they couldn't put it out as it being
Yeah,
a
yeah.
homicide or whatever. But
They're not deceased until proven to be, kind of thing.
yeah, and if we were able to go back and look at the activity log for that day, you would see at that time it does say homicide on it.
Yeah, yeah.
And I
Yeah.
know I've got that screenshot. I just got to find it. I know I got it somewhere.
In my mind, before they placed bodies, and things like that, even still, I got the impression that they had tried to wake up Ethan or Zana, and the door was shut, maybe locked, I don't know. But they couldn't get in, whether it's because Zana was behind the door or whatever. They couldn't get in to wake them. They weren't responding. I believe they possibly even went and got the ladders and climbed up to the window to knock on the window to see if they could see in. And, that's when they've been like, right, there's someone down in there, but I don't know what's going on.
Yeah, because that ladder, if you watch the body cam footage when they went up to the back door and talked to Kaylee, that ladder was in the background, but it was laying down on the ground up next to the house. But after that, that ladder was perfectly placed where you could climb up it and go up on that little ledge in front of Xana's bedroom window.
And I feel like that's possibly what one of the friends has done. Right, we can't get the door open. Next port of call would be the window. So the ladder's there. We'll just climb up, see if we can see anything in the window. With the blinds at an angle, they could possibly have seen, part of someone and some blood or something, and been like, right, there's something not right here. So they could have been there trying to bang the door, phone them, and then go round to the window. That made sense in my mind, but not necessarily so.
Right. Roger, that is true. There's been so many things said in this case.
Yeah.
That's been changed and all that.
That's just me looking at what has come out as fact, looking at the scene myself, and taking little bits from what they're saying. They tried to, like, they couldn't get to them.
Right.
So for me, there was a locked door. They've tried to look in the window with the ladders just being there. It just makes sense in my mind. I don't think anyone's particularly said that.
Mm-hmm.
That is just what my mind kind of came up with.
I mean, honestly, anything is possible at this time because we don't know the actual facts. And, so.
Yeah. So, and as Freya just said, they did hear a thud, so I might have thought Zana had fallen or something.
Right. Well, y'all, I hate to get out of here right now, but it's like 4 o'clock in the morning where I'm at.
Yeah, it's 10 a.m. here, so.
5 a.m. here.
Wow.
Yeah, Riddler's an hour ahead of me.
Wow.
So it has been awesome having y'all up here. And Lady Claymore. I have a Lady V that comes up here with me too.
Yeah.
But Lady Claymore, never worry about your accent or how you sound or people not being able to understand you or nothing like that. Anytime you want to come up on panel, you just let me know and I'll drop you a link.
Brilliant. Thank you kindly. And thanks for putting up with me.
Oh, you're welcome. Thank you for coming up and joining us tonight.
It's been a pleasure. Right, I'll speak to you soon. Sleep
Okay.
well.
Thank you. Have a good day.
Right, you too.
All right. Thank you.
And thank you, Scarlett, for having me up here as well.
Oh, you're
I
welcome.
appreciate it. It's always a joy to come onto your shows, and it's worth staying up from midnight to 5 in the morning.
Well, the same thing to you. Anytime you want to come up, you're more than welcome. I think this is your first time coming up here.
It's the first time I've ever been up on one of these.
Oh, okay. Well, anytime you want to come up, you're
So
more than
this is a
welcome to.
hallmark,
Yes,
a
you
day
have
I'll
made
always remember.
you have made history on the Lost Souls TC and Chat channel. The first
I'll get
time
me
you've
a
ever been on
T-shirt
panel.
now. Now get me a T-shirt.
So
I would
yeah,
say goodbye, but I'll just say good morning, and I'll see you in about another about midnight again tomorrow night. Is that when you're coming on?
usually I start about 10:45 my time, so 11:45 your time. So yeah, close to midnight.
Okay. And remember, everybody, smash that thumbs up. Y'all do pretty good on this channel. It's got 118 compared to 131. But
Hmm.
the more and more of the thumbs up, it makes it easier for us to find these channels. I work with another group of people that, they're wrestlers, and that's what they
Hmm.
were telling me about it. The thumbs up makes it where they're more available to
Right.
the public, and that's what we want to continue to grow, because the more inputs we get, the more we'll understand these crimes.
Yes, that is true.
And I want to thank you for hosting me. So thank you so much.
Oh, you're welcome. Thank you for joining me.
And good night to everybody, or good morning to everybody in the chat.
Yep. And you have a good morning yourself. Lady Claymore, you're very welcome. Uh, yeah, it's 4:03 in the morning here, so I'm fixing to get out of here. I gotta go eat and go to bed. So thank you all so much for joining us tonight, and my panel guest. Awesome conversation, and I hope everyone has a good night or day, morning, wherever you may be in the world. I love you all, and I will talk to y'all later. David, yes, I will be back tonight at 10:45 Central. All right, so everybody have a good night.